All right, welcome. We're live and welcome back. You know, yesterday it was uh, uh well, one thing you can say, it was a historic day. I mean, it was a day that it's been 100 years that since the last time the House Speaker was not able to be selected in the first couple of rounds. 100 years before they had to go to day two, but we're here. We're here. We're going to cover day two. McCarthy is pushed hard to solidify the votes and get the couple of more votes that he needed. But you know, he still has his detractors. He still has people that are not down with him, not down with him at all. So let's go right into today's session, and we're gonna stay here, y'all. We're gonna stay here the full day if necessary until someone gets voted. Let's go right to it. Go ahead and turn it on.
Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I am directed by that vote of the caucus to present for election to the 118th Congress the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, Representative-elect for the state of New York for the office of Speaker.
Now the Dems, they've they picked Hakeem Jeffries, and so the Dems are off and running. They're good. It's on the Republican side that's where all the drama is. That's where all the drama is. All right. So they doing their gaveling in now.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I seek to place a nomination for Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yesterday, my first vote for Speaker of the House was for Byron Donalds. Today, I'm rising to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House of Representatives.
All right, it's going to be a long day.
Byron is a dear friend, a solid conservative, but most importantly, a family man who loves dearly his wife, Erica, his 3 children, has a proven track record as a businessman, public service in the Florida legislature, and now as a member of the United States Congress. Now, here we are, and for the first time in history, there have been 2 Black Americans placed into the nomination for Speaker of the House. However, Madam Speaker, order. Madam Clerk, order. We do not seek to judge people by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. Byron Donalds Byron Donalds is a good man raised by a single mom who moved past adversity, became a Christian man at the age of 21, and has devoted his life to advancing the cause for his family and for this country. And he has done it admirably. But there's an important reason for nominating Byron, and that is this country needs a change. This country needs leadership that does not reflect this city, this town that is badly broken. The House of Representatives is the people's house. It represents the entirety of our country, and we each represent some 750,000 people. And we come here, and here we sit in a room filled with those representatives. And my friend, Mr. Gallagher, and he is my friend, and I agree with him on many things. And I agree with almost everything that you were talking about. But we should be in here having this kind of a conversation with this many people in the room about Ukraine. And we should debate the merits, and we should debate the ups and downs of being involved. We should debate the $45 billion. We should debate whether it should be more or less. We should debate whether it should be paid for. We should debate what the result we should demand. The only way you're going to get that is if you change the rules and have the leadership to advance the rules to make sure that we can do that. Now, we've had a conversation for 2 months to try to advance the ball, and we have had success in doing that. But we're not there. We're not at the place where we need to be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that. Byron has a track record of doing that. And importantly, when we're sitting here today and we continue this debate and we then have a vote, I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you think that the American people support the status quo? Yes or no? Do you think that the American people want us to continue down the road of what we've been doing? Do they want us to continue to do the things since the leadership that's currently in place have been in place? Do you think they want us to continue down that path? And the argument that I would make is that they want a new face, new vision, new leadership. And I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Ready? Yep. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Byer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Shearfillis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. Ferguson. McCarthy. Feenstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Cam Lager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock, McCarthy, McCullum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries, McHenry, McCarthy, Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Mang, Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller of Illinois, Donalds, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, Mills, McCarthy, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, McCarthy, Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli, Jeffries, Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries, Mullen, Jeffries, Murphy, McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, Nagoose, Jeffries, Nails, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, Donalds, None of Iowa, McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Jeffries, Ogles, Donalds, Omar, Jeffries, Owens, McCarthy, Pallone, Jeffries, Palmer, McCarthy, Panetta, Jeffries, Pepys, Jeffries, Pascrell, Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson, McCarthy. Slotkin, Jeffries. Smith of Missouri, McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy. Smith of Washington, Jeffries. Smucker, McCarthy. Sorensen, Jeffries. Soto, Jeffries. Spanberger, Jeffries. Sparks, Sparks. Stansbury, Jeffries. Stanton, Jeffries. Stauber, McCarthy. Steele, McCarthy. Stefanik, McCarthy. Style, McCarthy. Stube, McCarthy. Stevens, Jeffries. Stewart, McCarthy. Strickland, Jeffries. Strong, McCarthy. Swalwell, Jeffries. Sykes, Jeffries. Takano, Jeffries. Tenney, McCarthy. Tanadar, Jeffries. Thompson of California, Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy. Tiffany, McCarthy. Timmons, McCarthy. Titus, Jeffries. Talib, Jeffries. Takuda, Jeffries. Tonko, Jeffries. Torres of California, Jeffries. Torres of New York, Jeffries. Trahan, Jeffries. Trone, Jeffries. Turner, McCarthy. Underwood, Jeffries. Valadeo, McCarthy. Van Drew, McCarthy. Van Dyne, McCarthy. Van Orden, McCarthy. Vargas, Jeffries. Vasquez, Jeffries. Vesey, Jeffries. Velasquez, Jeffries. Wagner, McCarthy. Wahlberg, McCarthy. Waltz, McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries. Waters, Jeffries. Watson Coleman, Jeffries. Weber of Texas, McCarthy. Webster of Florida, McCarthy. Winstrup, McCarthy. Westerman, McCarthy. Wexton, Jeffries. Wild, Jeffries. Williams of Georgia, Jeffries. Williams of New York, McCarthy. Williams of Texas, McCarthy. Wilson of Florida, Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina, McCarthy. Whitman, McCarthy. Womack, McCarthy. Yacom, McCarthy. Zinke, McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Sparts. Present.
All right. So it looked like it was unsuccessful again. Now, one thing that was kind of interesting was they brought up this Daniels guy. I pulled him up. Let's see if I can get to Byron Daniels. We're going to stay here for just a little bit more, see if anything comes. And then we're going to take a look at Byron Daniels. See if it would be a good fit to lead the Republican Party. But let's stay here for a minute longer or so. Again, just to be clear, it looks like Kevin McCarthy lost this fourth round. But we're going to stay here just a little bit longer to see what if anyone changes their vote, or if there's anything can be done before the official 5th round votes start.
Will the House order? Will the House be in order? The tellers agree in their tallies. The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one member-elect recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Now, why would I, as a conservative, as an Army Ranger, business guy, the first guy that the House Freedom Caucus backed in a congressional race, why would I nominate Kevin McCarthy to become the next Speaker of the House? Why would Jim Jordan? Why would other conservatives like Thomas Massey, Jim Banks, Kevin Hearn, and others support Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House? You know, something in our nature as humans causes us to dehumanize others when we engage in conflict. Dehumanizing others makes it easier to ascribe bad motives and to engage in the fight. But it also makes it harder to understand one another. As actions push further disagreement, arguments tend to escalate rather than resolve. We're on the precipice of such a destructive argument today. I plead with all of my Republican colleagues, let cooler, more rational heads prevail. Let us unite as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Unlike Democrats, nearly every Republican at least campaigns on some form of smaller, more accountable government. Once we get here, the bipartisan consensus keeps growing a bigger, less accountable government. The American people know that the status quo is broken, that we've become less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt. The American people are sick and tired of it, and they keep sending us reinforcements that today help make up our small majority. But a majority is only a majority if we actually work together. Now, lots of people back home don't trust anyone in this town. Perhaps we would be wise to listen to them and some wisdom from Ronald Reagan. Trust, but verify. Trust is a fragile condition and easily broken. As I've listened to my friends, 20 of whom have opposed Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and others. The root issue is this: they do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans. Right now, though we remain divided, an actual majority of the House Freedom Caucus members do support Kevin McCarthy. This summer, a unified House Freedom Caucus started the negotiations with a proposal for new rules, a different way to govern that empowers committees and regular members. We proposed that a set of tools could be structured to make trust more verifiable and allow recourse if that trust is ever broken. Following the election, Kevin McCarthy engaged in that negotiation. He led the conference to adopt substantive reforms that will make our majority more effective. Let me list some of them. Andrew Clyde's proposal to restore public access to the Capitol. Lauren Boebert's proposal to reduce the linkage between the NRCC and the steering committee process. Gary Palmer's proposal to cap spending on suspension bills. Ralph Norman's proposal to limit leadership reports and make conference more about engaging all members. Chip Roy's proposal to provide a 5-day notice for suspension votes. Dan Bishop's proposal in privileged resolutions. Scott Perry's proposal for additional conference meetings ahead of key votes. Bob Good's proposal on standalone appropriations bills. Andy Biggs' proposal limiting suspension waivers from committees. Chip Roy's proposal to make co-sponsored amendments in order. Affirm 72-hour publication of bills before calling for a recorded vote. An end to proxy voting. An end to remote participation in committee work by members of Congress. The Holman Rule. An end to the Gephardt Rule. Cut go instead of pay go. An end to unblocked suspension votes. A major reform worked out with Morgan Griffin, what we hope to call the Griffin Rule, on single subject bills subject to germaneness, points of order, and amendment. Diverse viewpoints on every committee. Lastly, a church-style commission was added to the Judiciary Committee focused on the abuses our own big government has unjustly collaborated with big business and big tech to silence, persecute, or even prosecute our fellow citizens. As Thomas Massey pointed out, Elon Musk bought a crime scene. Now that we know and the public knows, the question is, what in the hell are we going to do about it? Well, this select committee answers that question with oversight and leadership by our most effective member, my friend and colleague, the future chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan. We, as Republicans, are a big and diverse conference. The real question goes back to strategy. Can we accept incremental progress? Can we work for a victory, one first down at a time? Or can we only accept the high-risk trick plays? Can we set about the hard work of winning debates with our colleagues, as we have done through this process? Can we take a win every now and then and give hope to the forgotten men and women of America who no longer believe this place, this people's house, cares about them? Or having achieved nearly every concession that we've asked for, including a motion to vacate the chair with one privilege resolution. Does it really boil down to this, that 20 or more of my colleagues will never trust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker? I feel at this time we risk a worse outcome if we cannot unite behind the man that has helped us achieve these substantive reforms. Reforms that offer all of us, this whole body, hope for change in this broken status quo. Reforms that our voters have demanded, reforms that we've worked hard together to achieve, and finally, reforms that we risk forfeiting if we do not work together as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Now's the time for deeds, not words, and I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House. I humbly ask for your support.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the lead vote getter in the last 4 tallies, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will work to codify the right to seek an abortion into law. Like all of us, Hakeem has spoken about consistently the disastrous Dobbs decision. He has spoken time and time again that it is well past time to codify Roe v. Wade into law, and he knows that young women should not grow up in a world with fewer rights than their parents and grandparents. He will ensure that reproductive freedom is enshrined into law. So that's why, Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by the caucus to present for election Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect from New York, as our next speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Congressman Byron Donalds.
The gentlewoman is
Speaker.
recognized.
I rise today to nominate Byron Donalds, my friend, an amazing man of Florida, an amazing leader, someone who almost even took leadership here in our Republican Party and came very close in doing so, and it was a very brave run that he took. He's a man who understands what tough times look like and has come out of those tough times even stronger, more liberated, and as a leader. Now, we just heard from my respected colleague from Ohio, and he stated some amazing rules that we have been able to get an agreement on, I think. We were threatened pretty heavily in conference, saying if we don't do as we ought, then some of those rules may just go away. But even naming the germaneness rule, which is really fantastic, after Morgan Griffith, well, that was our idea too. My question is, why didn't the supposed leader of the Republican Party present these rules? Why were we fought so hard on these rules? The barrier that still stands in the way of these rules is the structure that prevents us from rolling over. And as my friend from Chip Roy stated, we need the tools and the leadership to do our job correctly. And I believe that Byron Donalds is the man to lead us to that path of getting America on track and uniting the Republican Party. My colleagues and I have worked tirelessly for months to build consensus, to negotiate in good faith, to help unify our party on border security, energy security, debt reduction, term limits, earmarks, among other many common sense policies. But too often our efforts have fallen on deaf ears. Our border is wide open. Inflation is out of control. The Senate just passed $1.7 trillion without our input. So let me be clear. Our job is not to coronate the biggest fundraiser or rubber stamp the status quo or keep on going along to get along. It's to use our votes to elect a speaker who will enable us to get our country back on track. Getting the job done is what we were elected to do. And that starts with having a leader who supports Republican principles, builds consensus, and has a proven track record of success. Byron Donalds is that leader. Republicans, including many moderates, have been impressed by Byron Donalds. They're impressed by his ability to work together. They respect his leadership. We see him as someone who can communicate what we are all wanting to do in this House to Americans. And he represents so much more than just his district in Florida. Many millions of Americans all over this nation praise the work and the leadership of Byron Donalds. So let's work together. Let's stop with the campaign smears and tactics to get people to turn against us. Even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off. I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Yield back.
Yes, ma'am.
The reading clerk will again call the roll. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. Armstrong. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Bice. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Flint Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Brackeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries.
Buchanan, McCarthy, Buck, Bouchon, McCarthy, Bazinski, Jeffries, Burchett, McCarthy, Burgess, McCarthy, Burleson, McCarthy, Bush, Jeffries, Calvert, McCarthy, Kamek, McCarthy, Caraveo, Jeffries, Carbajal, Jeffries, Cardenas, Jeffries, Carey, McCarthy, Carl, McCarthy, Carson, Jeffries, Carter of Georgia, McCarthy, Carter of Louisiana, Jeffries, Carter of Texas, McCarthy, Cartwright, Jeffries, Kassar, Jeffries, Case, Jeffries, Caston, Jeffries, Castor of Florida, Jeffries, Castro of Texas, Jeffries, Chavez DeReamer, McCarthy, Sherferless McCormick, Jeffries, Chu, Jeffries, Cicilline, Jeffries, Ciscomani, McCarthy, Clark of Massachusetts, Jeffries, Clark of New York, Jeffries, Cleaver, Jeffries, Klein, McCarthy, Cloud, Clyburn, Jeffries, Clyde, Donalds, Cohen, Jeffries, Cole, McCarthy, Collins, McCarthy, Comer, McCarthy, Connolly, Jeffries, Correa, Jeffries, Costa, Jeffries, Courtney, Jeffries, Craig, Jeffries, Crane, Donalds, Crawford, McCarthy, Crenshaw, Crockett, Jeffries, Crow, Jeffries, Cuellar, Jeffries, Curtis, McCarthy, Davids of Kansas, Jeffries. Davidson. Davidson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshue. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Garbarino. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jackson Lee. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. Olorda. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Leisure Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McCain. McLean, McCarthy, McClintock, McCarthy, McCullum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries, McHenry, McCarthy, Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Ming, Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller of Illinois, Donalds, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, McCarthy, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, McCarthy, Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli, Jeffries, Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries, Mullen, Jeffries, Murphy, McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, Nagoose, Jeffries, Nels, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, Donalds, None of Iowa, McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Jeffries, Ogles, Donalds, Omar, Jeffries, Owens, McCarthy, Pallone, Jeffries, Palmer, McCarthy, Panetta, Jeffries, Pappas, Jeffries, Pasquarel, Pasquarel, Jeffries, Payne, Jeffries, Pelosi, Pelosi, Peltola, Jeffries, Pence, McCarthy, Perez, Jeffries, Perry, Perry, Donalds, Peters, Jeffries, Pedersen, Jeffries, Pfluger, McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Presley. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. Rogers of Washington. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Santos. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Schiff. Schneider. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stube. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tenadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Armstrong. McCarthy. Vice. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Davidson. McCarthy. Garbarino. McCarthy. Grothman. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Presley. Jeffries. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Salazar. McCarthy. Santos. McCarthy. Schiff. Jeffries. Sparts. Present.
Will the House be in order? Will the House be in order? The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise today to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the People's House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again,
Yield.
and if
Will
it's
the
all right
gentlewoman
with
yield?
you, I would like to.
Will the House be in order?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it's all right with you all, I would like to address not you, but the American people. Because, quite frankly, they are, well, we don't have a speaker yet. So, the American people, well, they are our boss, and we work for them. Yesterday, as we were here on the House floor, our constituents from all around the country made their voices heard. Today, the calls, the text messages, emails, they all continue. People are letting their voice be heard. And that is a very, very good thing. Because that is what we are, after all, a constitutional republic that serves all Americans, not just a select few. To all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you. And we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. For the last several months, negotiations have gone back and forth over a rules package to make this chamber, your chamber, a better place to deliver better results for you, the American people. And I want to remind everyone watching, listening here in this chamber, that this chamber and this body, our country, we are bigger than a single person or a single moment in time. We are a nation collectively of great people, great patriots, and great moments of courage. The rules package that has been highlighted by so many of my colleagues dictates how this chamber functions, how bills come to the floor, how much time we get to read these bills, whether or not we will get single issue bills, and whether or not we can vote proxy. And as you have witnessed from events yesterday, so many people have said, what are the next steps? What will we accomplish if we continue down this current path? Will we wake up tomorrow and be in this exact same place? The people calling my office said over and over and over again, it is time to get to work. Anything less is unacceptable. And you know, As we stood on this House floor yesterday, and again today, over 200 people were poisoned from fentanyl. Fentanyl that came from an open border because of the Biden open border policy. Over 5,000 people were encountered at the border because of Biden's open border policies. These are the issues that people care about. They don't sit around their kitchen tables at night saying, I wonder who's going to be speaker. No, they elect people to come here to do the things that matter, the issues that impact them every single day. And in an era of uncertainty, the last thing they need is uncertainty within this chamber. We were elected to be the voice of our constituents. We are their voice in this chamber. And they didn't send us to be perpetual critics. They sent us to get things done. And as we all know, because after all, we are in politics, the line of critics is always long. But the list of those that are actually rolling up their sleeves and doing the difficult job of leading, of uniting, of delivering results, especially in a chamber like this, well, that list is very short. Kevin McCarthy has proved that he can get things done. He has proven that he is willing to stand up in the face of critics and not only prove them wrong, but work with them. The only thing sovereign in this republic are its people, and they have deemed it right to place a check on the Biden administration and put our party, the Republican Party, in control of this chamber. Now is the time that we take control. I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. I do.
Be in order.
I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. But what I am asking is that we all trust the American people who sent our colleagues here. This House is the only part of the federal government that stands for election every 2 years. Therefore, this chamber is an instrument of the people's will. And the people have overwhelmingly voted for Kevin McCarthy. If we continue down this road, if we continue with the actions of yesterday and today, we stifle the will of the American people. The changes to the rules of this place and how it functions have been overwhelmingly positive in the last few weeks. Legislation stands ready. It is time to unite, roll up our sleeves, and get to work doing the people's business. The gentleman, my friend, Kevin McCarthy from California, has done more than anyone in this chamber to secure a Republican majority. Many of the people who are members here today are, quite frankly, here because of his leadership, because they have trusted him, and he has gone out of his way to make sure that every single one of us has had a voice at the table. Furthermore, every single returning Republican in this chamber who cast a vote 2 years ago in the last Congress voted for Kevin McCarthy as our leader. We were united then, and we must unify now. That's the only way to start the people's business, the very reason that we're all here. It's to unify and get to work. Because we must commit to unity instead of division, because we owe it to the American people who sent us here. We must choose to lead in the face of a liberal Senate and Obama's JV team in the White House. We owe it to the American people. The American people sent a conservative majority to govern this body, but we cannot even begin to govern because, heck, we can't even swear in as members of Congress. I've traveled the country for the last 2 years as the youngest Republican woman in the 117th Congress, helping to secure a majority of members who are on both sides of today's Republican vote. Diversity of thought is a good thing. It's one of the things that sets us apart from our friends on the other side of the aisle. Yes, diversity of thought is a good thing. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there. The House is not in order. The House is not in order.
Get some order.
The clerk would ask all members-elect to abide by the established decorum of the House while making nominations. Gentlewoman is recognized.
As evidenced by my colleagues' actions, so today I am asking my friends and colleagues, are we the party of Reagan Republicans? Reagan, who said, someone who is with me 80% of the time is a loyal and good friend, not a 20% traitor. Are we the party of Reagan? That is the question that I ask you to answer as we embark on this next ballot. It's upon us to remain a nation of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That is what is on the line here today, and that is why I am nominating Kevin McCarthy, and I humbly ask for your support. Madam Clerk, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, the lead vote getter in the last 5 rounds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will build safer communities. He's a leader in gun violence prevention. He has worked to make our criminal justice system more fair, more equitable, and more effective, and he's done it working with both sides of the aisle. A leader who has a track record in actually getting things done. And he understands that public safety, public health, and economic opportunity must go hand in hand. That's why, at the direction of the Democratic caucus, I advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries from Brooklyn, New York, as our next Speaker for the 118th Congress.
All right, round five. Here we go.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what your political persuasion, one thing is universally recognized across this country. Washington is broken. Washington is completely broken. Whether it's a wide open border, millions of people streaming across, terrorists, criminals, fentanyl coming right to your community, not at the border, but into your community. Overdoses happening in your towns, funerals happening in your town because the border's open, because this place is broken. 12 days ago, in the middle of the night, 4,000 pages showed up over here, 1.7 trillion in spending, 7,200 earmarks, 24 hours time to read it, like a Christmas tree right before Christmas, that nobody outside of this town wanted. If you've been here for 1 year, you voted on that once. If you've been here for 3 years, you voted on the same thing 3 times. If you've been here for 10 years, you voted on it 10 times. Washington is broken. We got crime running across the streets, no matter what community you're in, because now this town has decided that somehow the criminals aren't understood, and we've abandoned the victims. This is what people in our country are dealing with. We are funding wars in other countries while we're destroying our own military because this town is broken. We have an administration that has contempt for the American people and is using these big corporations to spy on Americans and using the instruments of federal power to persecute and prosecute them because this town is broken. And this place is literally broken. There hasn't been an amendment on the floor for 6 years in this town. So if you're not on the committee of jurisdiction, but it affects your citizens, well, too bad for you. You just vote yes or you just vote no. That's not how this place was designed to be. We vote on bills that have all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the bill itself. Everybody came here because they said to their constituents, this town is broken and I want to fix it. Well, how are you going to fix it if you come to this town and just step right in line and keep doing the same things that everybody has done before you? It's not going to fix it, and the American people know it. And I would say this. I think the person that has done the most to make this fabulous, this wonderful Republican majority is Speaker Pelosi and her policies. That's what has achieved this majority over here because the American people are sick and tired of it and they've had enough of it. Now, this is not about personalities. It's not about personalities. It's about the policies that come out of here. This is not about personalities on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle. We believe, and we want to believe, and we want to believe that every person that comes here, left, right, center, has the best intentions for our country. The best intentions for our country. And it's not about the personalities in this contest. It is not personal for us. But because we all acknowledge and we all know that Washington is broken, we must take a new path. There must be a new vision so that Congress works for the American people. Because the American people are watching what's happening here, and they've watched what's happened here, and they're sure in their hearts, and they can prove it, that this town works for this town. That's who this town is working for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making history today. We are making history in this process. And we are showing the American people that this process works. Yeah, it's been about 100 years. It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years. It probably is. But we're going to do it. And we can also make history today by making the first.
Will the House be in order?
By electing the first Black Republican Speaker of the House. Yes, thank you. Now, as my colleagues probably know, the first Black members of Congress to serve in this body were Republicans. As a matter of fact, you probably also know that Frederick Douglass, who went and worked with Abraham Lincoln to emancipate the people of color in this country, said he would never be anything but a Republican, I am here to nominate Byron Donalds because he has accomplished many things. He is a man of faith. He is a family man. He is a businessman, and he is a man of community service. He's come from the school of hard knocks, because not all outcomes in life are equal, but America is the place where we can each do great things regardless of our humble beginnings, each one of us. Now, Byron is a product of single family where it's not easy. But he has succeeded in America, and that's a testament to what we have created here and what we're trying to save. He's got a record of accomplishing things. He has a record of being on the right side. He is respected, he is trusted, he is capable, and he achieves results. Now, Byron has a big mind, and he's big in stature as well. He's very nice, but I will tell you this, in a negotiation with Chuck Schumer, I should want to be on the other side of Byron Donalds. He knows who he is, he knows what his foundation is, and he knows that Washington is broken, and what Chuck Schumer sends over here isn't going to work out for the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, Washington is broken. Byron Donalds will inspire us and restore our citizens' faith that this institution actually works for them. And it is my highest honor to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds, to be the next Speaker of the House, and I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Balance. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Bergman. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elzie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Isa. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Lager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Magaziner. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGovern. Jeffries. McGarvey. Jeffries. McHenry. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. Miller of Ohio. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pascrell. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. McCarthy. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff, Jeffries, Schneider, Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries, Schweikert, McCarthy, Scott, Austin Scott, McCarthy, David Scott, Jeffries, Scott of Virginia, Jeffries, Self, Donalds, Sessions, McCarthy, Sewell, Jeffries, Sherman, Jeffries, Sherrill, Sherrill, Simpson, McCarthy, Slotkin, Jeffries, Smith of Missouri, Smith of Missouri, Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy, Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy, Smith of Washington, Jeffries, Smucker, McCarthy, Sorensen, Jeffries, Soto, Jeffries, Spanberger, Jeffries, Sparts, Sparts, Stansbury, Stansbury, Jeffries, Stanton, Jeffries, Stauber, McCarthy, Steele, McCarthy, Stefanik, McCarthy, Style, McCarthy, Stubbe, McCarthy, Stevens, Jeffries, Stewart, McCarthy, Strickland, Jeffries, Strong, McCarthy, Swalwell, Jeffries, Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Takano, Jeffries, Tenney, Tenney, McCarthy, Tanadar, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries, Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Tiffany, McCarthy, Timmons, McCarthy, Titus, Jeffries, Talib, Jeffries, Takuda, Jeffries, Tonko, Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries, Torres of New York, Jeffries. Trahan, Jeffries. Trone, Jeffries. Turner, Turner, McCarthy. Underwood, Jeffries. Valadeo, McCarthy. Van Drew, McCarthy. Van Dyne, McCarthy. Van Orden, McCarthy. Vargas, Jeffries. Vasquez, Jeffries. VC, Jeffries. Velasquez, Jeffries. Wagner, McCarthy. Wahlberg, McCarthy. Waltz, Waltz. Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries. Waters, Jeffries. Watson Coleman, Jeffries. Weber of Texas, McCarthy. Webster of Florida, McCarthy. Winstrup, McCarthy. Westerman, McCarthy. Wexton, Jeffries. Wild, Jeffries. Williams of Georgia, Jeffries. Williams of New York, McCarthy. Williams of Texas, McCarthy. Wilson of Florida, Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina, McCarthy. Whitman, McCarthy. Womack, McCarthy. Yakum, McCarthy. Zinke, McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Bergman, McCarthy. Okay. Buck, Buck. McCarthy. Yeah. Magaziner, Jeffries. Miller of Ohio, McCarthy. Cheryl, Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Sparks. Present. Waltz. McCarthy.
All right. All right. So here's the drama. Really, it's only a couple things that we need to know is, well, did Donalds get more than 20 votes? I've been keeping tally, and I think he did. By my count, he received 21. I think he picked up an extra vote. So we're going to see. Of course, we know that McCarthy did not get the prerequisite 218 votes. So we're going to have another round. So, guys, at this point, it's getting good. It's getting good. So I got my popcorn ready. Here's my big popcorn bowl. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm digging in. We're gonna check this out. I'm not sure if they're going to do a adjourn like I think they did around 5 or 6 yesterday, or they're gonna go through the night. I don't know, but it's gonna be fun. Hope you guys stay with me. Also, after a bunch of you guys been asking about both Hakeem Jeffries and Representative Donalds. I'm going to do some background information on both after the vote today. So stay in. We're going to find out a little bit about these two historic brothers. As you mentioned, as I said before, Jeffries is the first minority leader of the House. That's a done deal. And this Donalds, he came out of the woodwork. I haven't heard much about him before today. So we're gonna see if we can find out a little bit more about him. And RT, I appreciate you, brother. You said I hit the like and subscribe button. We'll be checking it out. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. All right. The other people that are in the room, if you can hit the like button, and if you're not a subscriber, subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys doing that. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, RT, they are grooming Jeffries. He did in his acceptance speech, and he sounded very poised. You're going to find out that he was the minority whip. I'm sorry, they were in the majority last session, so he was the majority whip, and so they moved him up to the minority speaker, and he you got the background for it. I did a whole profile. You're going to see from the video that I mentioned. He's a lawyer from a prestigious school. He did some corporate work, and then he's been in Congress. I think this is his 12th year, and he kind of went through the ranks. So he has all of the prerequisites to having a much more powerful position, or a powerful position. If you become Speaker of the House, as you know, majority leaders, the Speaker of the House, you are third in line for the presidency. So that's a pretty important position. Also, it does give him a much larger platform. So congratulations to the brother. Congratulations. I think that this year is going to be a breakout year for him, because I didn't know much about him until he became he was in the running to take Nancy Pelosi's job. Yeah, with Donalds, he came out of the woodwork. I don't know much about the brother. Also, RT said, I don't know much about Donalds. But we'll see you up your upload. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do a live, and then I'm going to save that as a video, a standalone VOD, video on demand. Right. Pelosi did mention him, and she endorsed him. He was voted unopposed, so that's good. They really are standing behind the brother, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. All right. they're counting the votes. Guys in the chat, put in how many votes you think that Donaldson got this round 5. I'm wondering if he received more votes in round 5 than in round 4. I'm sorry. Round 6 versus round 5 is what I meant. Guys, I'm losing count of the rounds, man. I'm losing the count.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20.
Okay, so no change from the last round.
With one member as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
I move that we adjourn until 8 o'clock this evening.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Oh, they're going to want to vote. They're going to want to vote. They want a voice vote. They want to vote.
Is a member demanding the A's and A's?
They want to vote.
Is a member demanding the ayes and nays?
Yes.
Okay, motion is adopted.
The motion is adopted.
House stands adjourned until 8.
The House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
All right, so there you have it, guys. 8 p.m. tonight. But before we go, let's do this. Let's go ahead and do some of the responses to, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play the video that I made on Donaldson. This is what I promised you guys that I made on Jeffries. Let's see if we can get this going. Let me get this set up for you guys. Let me share this. 1 second. I thought they was going to do maybe one more round before they adjourn. But I guess not. Okay. Set this up for you. It is called How Would He Lead? Here we go. All right, so I'm going to add this to the stream. This is a video I did. Let's check it out. Give me a second. All right, I got it. I'm going to play this for you guys. This is video on Jeffries. This will give you guys a little bit of information about him, his background. It was a really nice stream that I did when it was announced that he was going to ascend to the minority leader. Okay, let's get it started. All right, guys. All right. We are live. We are live. All right. And, I'm going to play this, guys, and this is going to give you guys a little bit of information on Jeffries. You know, last week we went live and we talked about the Republicans. We talked about the Republicans taking control of the House. Now, we know that the Democrats, they control the Senate still, but the Republicans has taken control of the House fair and square. Congratulations. Congratulations, you guys did it. Now, we know that you were expecting a much larger result. Some analysts were saying somewhere between 20 and 40 seats. As of right now, you are ahead 220 to the Democrats, 212. 220 to 212. Now, fair play, you only need 218 to rule. And in the House, 218 will do it. It will get the job done, for sure, for sure. You are going to be in charge of all of the committees and the committee assignments. You can be in charge of who and what bill comes on the floor. You're in charge. Congratulations, fair play. You also laid out your 4-point plan, the plan that will allow you to govern, and hopefully that plan, even though it didn't have a whole lot of details, that plan will allow you to see past the politics, look past all the theatrics, and lead a path toward making America great again, or making America greater. So again, your responsibility is to lead the House. You're in the majority. The Senate still is controlled by the Democrats. Congratulations there. And having a Democratic President Biden, again, you need to work with the other side to govern. Now, we're not talking about that tonight. Tonight, we're going to talk about something else. We're going to talk about the minority in the House. You know, Nancy Pelosi has been a fixture in the House forever. And overall, I think that most people would think that, for definitely for the Democrats, she's done a pretty good job. But she's stepping away. She's stepping away. She has done her time. You know, her husband got attacked and all this anti. Why is it so vitriol? Do you really need to be like some of these foreign countries where you bring a, you know, protection when you're on the floor because a brawl is going to break out? That's not the American way. So she's had enough. You know, I think that even without being harassed that in the way that she has been harassed, she has, when she won leadership last time, she said that she would only seek 4 years, so 2 terms. And her time is up. Now, who's going to take over? Who is taking over? You know, we got to hold them accountable too. Just like the Republicans, we have to hold the Democrats accountable too. They have to provide leadership in whatever capacity they can provide so that they can move the country further. You know, in 2 years, there's going to be another vote. And this time we're going to vote for the president. We're going to vote for the Senate again and the House again. And who knows, there may be a change of power again in the House. Every 2 years, there's an opportunity. So we need to have some leadership. Like I said, for the Republicans, I'm going to say for the Democrats. You cannot just say what you are against. You got to say what you're for. You got to say what you're for. Now we're going to talk about that. What are they for? Now, I know we have a lot of opinions. A lot of people are, not sure of how it's going to go. The only way that we can tell is kind of examining the incoming leadership. See what they stand for. What do you stand for? Sir, ma'am, what do you stand for? I don't want to know what you're against necessarily, only to build contrast. Okay, I get it. You got to say what you're against so that you can say what you're for. Got it. But I want to know what you're for. More than anything else, I would like to know what you're for. So let's look at this. Let's look at the outgoing leadership, and then we'll take a look at the incoming leadership, because I really want to know what this brother is for. I really want to know what this brother is for. All right. So here is outgoing leadership. Can you guys see that? Can you see that? Nancy Pelosi. She's leaving. She's already announced that she's out of here. I'm out of here. Now, the woman, most of these leadership, they're in their 80s, man. They've done their deed. 80 years old, dealing with Congress day in and day out. That can put a toll on anyone. Let's expand her here. So she has announced that she will not be seeking to run for Speaker of the House, minority. Hoyer, Representative Stan Hoyer, he's out of there. He's out of there also. He's not going to seek leadership. Clyburn, he said that he would definitely step down as minority whip, but he wants to stay in the mix. He wants to be part of the leadership, and so he still want to stay in there. But this brother here, Representative Hakeem S. Jeffrey, the Honorable. He has put in his papers to run for the Speaker of the House, and of course he will be in the minority party. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let me pull up this real quick. Let's see what he said. So here are some of his positions, but before we go there, I want to do this. Let's do this. Let me remove this and let me add some things here. I want to know a little bit more about the brother before we get into his positions. Now, as we know, he is the representative Democratic representative of New York District. He won his election. Let's see. He won big, guys. He won big. Look at this. He won 72, almost 72.5% of the vote, 95% reporting. Basically, they was able to call this pretty fast. This is from the Associated Press, House District results. So, brother from New York, he won it. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, he has a home in New York or in Washington, whether he's there, both of those. My job is to fight for the people of the 8th Congressional District. And he won fair and square. All right. Let's find out a little bit more about him. You know, you got to stand on your record. And you got to really look at the things that he's doing now, because, you know, once he becomes the head of the party, he is going to have to represent the party at large. So he is not, you know, his particular positions may be a minority, even though they tend to, the positions tend to, what he wants will tend to surface. And so I think that finding out what he wants, what his positions are, is important. And then what his party's positions are, because he has to govern. He has to govern, and he's going to have to govern from a weakened position, a minority position. But then if, again, in 2 years, he may be in the majority position. So let's add this, and let's see what Wikipedia has to say about it. Can you guys see that? Now, here's his Wikipedia page. And he says that he was born in August the 4th, 1970. So what that makes him? Oh, the brother's 52. Is American political, and he's an attorney. He's an attorney who has served in the United States Representative from New York, 8th Congressional District since 2013. So he's been there before. He's not new to the game, so that's good. As a member of the Democratic Party, he represents a district that covers part of the, okay, so that's the district he covers. He was a corporate lawyer by occupation. He worked for Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Walton, and Garrison. There's a bunch of them. Then Viacom and CBS. Before running and serving in the New York State Assembly from 2007 to 2012, representing the 57th Assembly District, Jeffries has chaired the House Democratic Caucus. So he's been in that position where he has to chair something. That's awesome, because you have to learn how to govern. You got to know how to govern, and you got to know how to govern people. And the Democratic caucus, you know, they say that they have a reputation of It's like herding cats. Everybody wanna kind of go their own way. Everybody have their own opinion. You know, you have some conservatives, you have blue dogs, and everything in between. So he has to know how to govern, and according to uh, his time being as the House Democratic leader, I'm sorry, as the House Democratic Caucus uh, chair of that, he has, since 2019, he has a couple of years under his belt. Now, he has announced his campaign to be the House Democratic leader, as I told you, since Nancy Pelosi stepped down, and Nancy Pelosi and her crew stepped down, and she did the right thing. What she did is that she announced that she's not going to run, and she supported this brother. She supported this brother. They talked about his early life. Elections result, basically he won. His tenure. Like I said, he's been in the House. Now, being a business show, I always like to pull up things that are related to business. Now, that was his overall and page, and that was, you know, him looking at the things that covering the things that he done as an elected official. But I want to dig a little deeper. I want to go deeper, guys. I want to see what this guy, where did he go to school at? What are some of his businesses? What are some of the things that he's done to make him qualified to lead the Democratic Party? What are some of the tools that business people use to find that stuff out? One of the main things that we use to find things like that out is LinkedIn. So let's add him to LinkedIn. Let's see what he did in LinkedIn. Let's check out his profile. Check out the brother profile. See what we got here. 500 connections. Let's see. He has 5,451 followers. Okay. That's decent. He has some of his YouTube things. Now, I checked out his YouTube channel. All this is old, so we're gonna actually cover his positions later on. It says that he has been in Congress for 9 years, almost 10 years here, guys, since 2013. Assembly member, counsel. Now, this is the CBS Viacom, and then he was attorney at law. He got his JD, and let's see, he went from 94 to 97. So that's pretty much straight through. He got a master's from New York University School of Law. So he was in New York, and he went there. And after graduation, it looked like everything's New York. So after graduation from law school, he stayed, looks like. He has his master's from Georgetown, 92 to 94. And then, so he's got a political science bachelor's. And check this out. It looks like he went straight through from his law degree. He was enrolled in 88 to 92. That he got his political science. Okay. And then he went straight to Georgetown from 92 to 94, political policy, public policy. And then it's JD. Straight through. He spent 7 years at a law firm. Then he was counsel for 2 years for CBS Viacom, a little over 2 years. New York State Assembly, 6 years there. So he didn't bounce around, guys. 7 years, 2 years, 6 years. He stayed. He wasn't those 1 and 2 and done type of guys. ran for office and was selected 2013, won his office seat in 2013 and stayed since then. So he's seemed to be pretty solid. Seemed to be pretty solid. So, okay. Okay. I'm not going to get into his personal life. His personal life is personal life. This is a business show. I want to know what he can do for me. What can a brother do for me? Now, I know that he is going to make history if he's selected. He will be the first brother. The first brother. (2023), he's standing to be the first brother to lead the House, minority leader. That's awesome. Now we've had the first black president, and now we're going to have potentially the first brother to lead the House of Representatives, minority leader of the House of Representatives. That's awesome. Now, I wish it would have been a little bit earlier, but hey, a win is a win. A win is a win. And so we will definitely take wherever we can. A win is a win. Congratulations. Now, I'm going to want to do something. I'm going to want to know what your positions are, because it's great to be a minority in that position. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. But I'm a business guy. I'm David Carmina. And I have a business. I want to know what your positions are that will help my business. Business leaders want to know what your positions are. Now, we got you. We got your back. We're going to support, but we need to know what your positions are so that if you do ascend to power in the House, maybe in 2 years, because let's face it, you ain't got no power now, brother. Them Republicans going to get in there, and guess what? They're going to investigate this and point fingers there, and hopefully, I'm hoping that they will have, some ability to work with the other side, the other party, so that we can get some things done. Because guess what? They have to send that stuff over to the Senate, those bills over to the Senate. The Senate has to have to work together, and then President Biden has to sign. So we have to work together the next 2 years so that something can get done. But we want to know what your positions are. Where you at on this stuff, brother? Where are you? We know you have the pedigree. It didn't say if you was top of your class, but we didn't need to know that. You got your bachelor's, your master's, and your JD. You work for a prestigious law firm. You work for a corporate 500. You won your seat. You've been there for a while. You have led other people that are in your party. You've done the things that you're supposed to do. Your LinkedIn profile shows this. Let's look at this again. Law firm, Fortune 500, New York Assembly, New York State Assembly, U.S. House of Representatives, 9 years doing that, and in there you've led the caucus. So you've done your part. You're ready to lead. Now I want to know what your positions are. Now I want to know how you're going to lead. You got the qualifications to lead. There's no doubt about that. You got your qualifications to lead. You got the blessings of Nancy Pelosi. Here's what she said. She said, when she knew that she was going to lose, she said that one day after the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, said that she planned to step down from the party leadership, New York Representative Hakeem Jeffries announced his bid to run for House Minority Leader for the 118th Congress. Nancy said that the time and time again throughout a period of enormous turmoil for our nation, House Democrats rose to the occasion. Jeffries said this. Today I write to humbly ask for your support for the position of House Democratic Leader as we once again prepare to meet the moment. Pelosi did her thing. You know, Pelosi could have said, hey, listen, no, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this now. Maybe I'll do it later. But no, she didn't do that. She did not do that. Pelosi went right back and said, can you guys see this? Let me see if I can get it a little bit larger for you. See if we can expand just a tad. It says Pelosi departure fulfills a promise she made to her colleagues after being reelected as leader in 2019 to only serve for 4 years. We talked about that. And she is not only one to step down, but all of the people that here, we talked about that. We said that Stanley Hoyer, he's gone. We said that Jim Clyburn, now I said that he was gone, but he's going to step down and serve as assistant Democratic leader. So that's going to give the brother some leadership position. He's seasoned. He's very, very seasoned. Some rank and file Democrats have been calling for a new generation to replace Pelosi, Hoyer, and Clyburn, who are all in their 80s. What? Good Lord. All in their 80s, all of them. Jeffries, he's 52. Yeah, he got the vigor. He got the vigor. Not only that, but the brother, you know, he's not stepping away from his roots. He's from New York. He's from New York. So let's see what some of the things that he's willing to say and to do. Says here, Jeffries has served as the chair for the Democratic Caucus since 2019, was an impeachment manager during the first impeachment of trial of former President Donald Trump, would be the chamber's first Black Democratic leader. He's from New York. He's famous for quoting Brooklynite rapper Notorious B.I.G. in his floor speeches. So I love that. Love it, love it, love it. You know, you can be educated and still like rap. You can be educated and cite some contemporary poets. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if you grew up in the rap era and you don't know any rap, that's kind of odd, especially from being from New York. Come on now. Who from New York don't like B.I.G.? I'm a Pac fan, but I represent and I recognize that B.I.G. he did his thing. Shout out to Jay-Z and some of the other people that I like and follow. You can have degrees. You can be in a suit. You can be doing all those things, but guess what? You still like to get down. I'm from the dirty South. Shout out to Luke. I would play you some of that music, but guess what? I'm going to get banned, guys. I'm going to get a copyright infraction. But there's nothing like going to the club. I remember oh, young love. So I had my first business, guys. Let me tell you a little bit something. I had my first business consultant. It was a consulting company just graduated my engineering degree, and I was pretty focused, and so I was. It was kind of a semi networking thing. There was something going on with at USF, and I was invited there, and I'm there, and I'm doing my thing, and kind of working the crowd, and music came on. Now, this crowd was USF staff mainly. It was a lot of PhDs there, a lot of PhDs, a lot of administrative officials, basically people that were there that was they were somebody. It was a nice little crowd. It wasn't big, it wasn't a lot, but they were somebody. Mainly a lot of engineers. Again, I graduated from USF, so I maybe I graduated a year prior to that time, and I'm hanging out, and they was playing all of the. But guess what? Some Pac came on, and after Pac, we had some Dirty South. Dirty South came on, and I've never seen so many PhDs, so many people that with all these degrees get down. Twerking wasn't a big thing then. Twerking was not. But moving that body, moving that, yeah, that was pretty cool. And there's nothing like, for me, a person that's real, the person that's keep it real. Shout out, Loretta. I see that you are a Tupac fan as well. I didn't know that. Pac is one of my favorite rappers. But there's nothing wrong with being a professional person, being a state representative, and liking rap. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Nothing's wrong with that. So, okay, brother, it's good. I'm glad that you are putting some of the contemporary poets in an official document, because everything that a congressman say on the floor is part of the record. It's part of history. It's part of history. So good for you, brother. Good for you. Let's go back. All right, so let's see. We said that you was elected in 2012. Okay, we got that. Said that the guys are stepping down. And they go in this article, they talk about some of the other people. So you have your crew. You have your crew together. And Nancy Pelosi has recommended you, endorsed you for her position. So that's huge. That is huge. So now you have the blessing of Nancy Pelosi. I don't think that I think you may be running unopposed. So that's awesome. That is awesome. Now here's your speech. Here's your speech. Gonna take a quick look at that. And then I want to look at your record. Enough of this, we've established that you are qualified for your job. We've established that. We got that. We got you. Now, we want to take a look at your positions. What are your positions? What are your key issue positions? Because at the end of the day, you have to govern. At the end of the day, you have to be a person that I and other business leaders can make money with your policies. It's great that you're a brother. It's great that, if you're a Democrat, it's great that you're a Democrat. If you're a Republican, you want to know that you can work with this brother. Now, one thing they did say that I didn't mention, that one of his signature bills, he did work with the other side. So he did reach across the aisle. He worked with the Republicans. So that is awesome. Awesome. But what are your positions? What are some of the key things that you are for? I don't want to know what you're against. I want to know what you're for. I'm going to look at each one of these positions, and if they have a business slant to it, I want to talk about that a little bit more, because I want to know if I can work, if you are in power, what to expect. Okay, so abortion, you are pro-choice. Okay. The budget, it says that, do you support expanding federal funding to support social safety net programs such as Social Security and Medicare? Yes. Yes, he supports that. So a support safety, a social safety net, he supports it. Awesome. No one should, this is America, no one should fall below a certain net. Campaign finance. Do you support the regulation of indirect campaign contributions from corporate unions and individuals? Indirect campaign. Yes, he supports that. So you want to know where the money's coming from, guys. Let's translate that. We want to regulate where the money's coming from. We don't want a whole lot of that dark money. Billions and billions and billions of dollars go to our representative, to the presidents, to senators, to support them. You want to know where it comes from. Crime. Do you support the protection of government officials, including law enforcement officials, from personal liability in civil lawsuits concerning alleged misconduct? No. Let's stop here. Because in the Black and brown community, we have that. It's a problem. It's a problem. When the George Floyd thing was going around, I don't have any kids. I don't have any kids, but I did raise my niece and nephew. I did raise my niece and nephew, and my niece, she's no longer with us, but my nephew Daryl, he lives with me. He is 6'3". He says he's 6'4", but let's say he's 6'3", 6'2 and a half, 6'3". Beautiful brother, skinny, little skinny. Needs to gain some weight. Tall. Got a little six-pack working. Good looking kid. 22. Thinks he's the Mac. Think he's got it going on. One of the things that really bothered me is when all this stuff with George Floyd and all these images of cops killing Black and brown kids, shooting them in the back because they can't catch him. Oh, he had some type of firearm and it's his cell phone. There's no recovering from death. So I had to sit Daryl down. I said, Daryl, he was just been stopped not too long, maybe about a week before that. He was stopped. He was driving my car. He was in a Tesla. So here's a 22-year-old kid driving a $60,000 car. Maybe he was speeding, maybe he wasn't. Probably was doing, maybe a couple of miles over the speed limit. But they pulled him over. They said, son, show me this or show me that. He called me. I said, Daryl, cooperate. But Uncle David, I wasn't speeding. I wasn't doing anything of that. I wasn't doing nothing. I said, Daryl, cooperate. And I could hear the cop through the window. He was saying, the cop was saying, hey, where is your license? Where is your insurance? Let me see your hand. That's scary. That is scary for a 22 young boy, a kid. He may have been pulled over once, at most twice in his life. And he's 22, he's driving a $60,000 car, thinking that he has done nothing wrong, and he is indestructible. I said, Daryl, whatever you do everything that dude say, because whether he is right or wrong, there's no recovery from death. I want you back here. I love you. I want you back so I can whip that ass. That's a joke. But I did want him back. I want him back safe and sound. So so the code for something like this, where it says, do you support the protection of government officials, including law enforcement officers, from personal liability in civil lawsuits concerning alleged misconduct? When I see something like that, I think of Daryl. I think of the time where he is pulled over, rightly or wrongly. I think of only him coming back home. And one tool that will get him back home is you hold people accountable. I don't care if you're an R, you're a D, whatever. I served in the military. You got to hold people accountable. And if that cop thinks that he has no repercussions by the way he treats another individual while performing his job, that's not holding him accountable. Now, cops have a hard job. I get it. I support law enforcement. I want you to keep us safe. But I also want to make sure my son, nephew, gets home. I want you to be held accountable for your actions in certain situations. So I'm with you, brother. I am with you on crime. I remember somebody reading a post. It was a social media post, and someone was saying how if we become more, black and brown community becomes more of a producer. I'm paraphrasing. More of a producer. If we become more of a viewed as more of a asset, a lot of these things are going to go away. If you are a friend of the police chief, if you are an employee that employs 100 people, let's say your company, let's say you're a small business person, you're employing 12 people. If I'm riding around, same situation, I'm in my car and I'm driving, let's say I'm driving the same exact speed, and someone pulls me over, you know what they're going to say? Hey, Mr. Carmina, how you doing? I noticed you were speeding just a little bit. Hey, slow it down. Slow it down. Keep it moving. That's what they're telling me. Because they know that tomorrow I'm sitting with the mayor. The mayor bodyguard knows me by, I go up to the mayor all the time. His bodyguard, hey, David. How you doing? The mayor, hey, David. How you doing? You going to lunch? Are you going to the university club? Shout out university club. Are you going to this private club, exclusive membership, have lunch? Yeah, I'm going to lunch. Hey, listen, someone on the police force, they stopped me the other day and they hit me upside my head. What? They did what? That's a whole different response. If you, the business class, especially the minority business class, if you own stuff, if you are producing, if you adding to that tax base, it's a whole different world you live in. But let's say he didn't let me go. Let's say he said, you know what? Let me check it out. Here's your warning. Here's your ticket. I'm going to get home safe. It's not going to be, I think that, when he pulled up his cell phone, it was a gun and I had to shoot him 25 times. That don't happen, or it's less likely for it to happen if they feel that there's some accountability. Try it out. Let's see what else you got. Okay, so economy. Do you support federal spending as a means of promoting economic growth? Okay. Most business people think you got to spend money to make money. Yes. So he said yes there. That's a common position held with business leaders. You got to spend some money and make some money. Okay. Another economy question. Do you support providing financial relief to businesses and or corporations negatively impacted by the state of natural emergencies for the COVID-19? Okay, so this is the COVID-19 package. And he said yes. Another one, do you support the federal government taking action beyond those of the Federal Reserve to alleviate inflation? So he wants to reduce inflation. You said yes. Education. Do you support the forgiveness of federal student loans? Forgiveness of the student loans. Now, this is a big one, guys. This is something that we're seeing now. President Biden has put out a bill, passed a bill to forgive the student loans. And last time we checked, as of today, the Supreme Court look, this student loan stuff is complicated. Why would somebody be against some forgiveness of the student loans? I don't know. Because guess what that means? If you are pro-growth, I know a lot of people that their student loans is what is causing them not to invest, not to start a business, not to spend, because they have $100,000, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 student loan. Why not give them a break? We said before that you got to spend money to make money. So if you are a government and you want to add to your tax break so that you can get taxes, add to the economy so that you can get taxes from these guys, and you get taxes from individuals and businesses, then why wouldn't you want to take steps that will spur business I can guarantee you that. I know of many people personally that would say, hey, listen, I would do this. I would invest if I didn't have the student loan debt over my head. I would open up a business. I would hire more people, but I have the student loan. If you alleviate the student loan, that is another way of incurring growth, reducing inflation, adding to the tax base. But there's some opposition there. Okay. Energy and environment. Do you support government funding for development of renewable energy? That's a big one, guys. Renewable energy. Now, here's some common ground. Let's hope this is common ground because the Republicans are for renewable energy too. Stanley Hoyer said that McCarthy said that one of his positions is renewable energy. We want renewable energy, clean energy, renewable energy. So hopefully there's some common ground. Let's see what the brother said here. Remember, he's going to be in charge of the Democrats. And because the Republicans, let me tell you a little dirty secret. Right now, the Republicans only have a majority in the House by two seats. Now, there's still some uncalled races, but right now there are 220. You need 218 to lead, to be in charge. You need 218. They're at 220, and the Democrats are currently at 212. What that means is that Republicans do not have a majority, what's called a governing majority. They have the majority, but they don't have a governing majority. If anybody flake out on them, they're going to need some Democratic help. If the conservative wing, the far right wing decide that they don't want to support a bill, they're going to need some help from the people across the aisle. They're going to need help from the Democrats, from him. So hopefully, if he has experience with working across the aisle, which he does, because one of his major positions, that one of the bills that he got through was a bipartisan bill. He worked with the other party. So if you've done it then, maybe you can do it now. Maybe we can do something on this clean energy. Maybe that's an opportunity. Another one on position that he has on energy and environment. Do you support the federal regulation of greenhouse gas emissions? Yes. Clean energy reduces, I see them as kind of, they work together. Reduce clean energy, add more clean energy, reduce the greenhouse gas. So they're kind of working together there. Guns. Here we go. Do you generally support gun control legislation? Yes. All right. Well, we know that the other side, they don't support any type of gun regulation. So he didn't answer about health. Well, one position about healthcare. Another healthcare. Do you support expanding paid family and or medical leave opportunities? Yes. All right. So yeah, paid family leave. From a business standpoint, you can look at it two ways there. One of the things that is a great way to keep key personnel is to provide a very good environment for them. And if some of your key people are the childbearing age or part of their childbearing, then having a a good medical and good policy, family, personal time policy is very important to them. If their kid is sick or if they're sick, being able to take some time off and know that their job is still there is important. Bearing a child, both parties, because there's a lot of still stay-at-home dads now. So if you have a child and the child gets sick, you want to make sure that you're able to spend some time there. So I get that. I get it. I get it. Now, from a small business standpoint, you have to weigh that with being productive. One of the things that is a nightmare for most small business owners is making payroll. And making payroll to an extent is being your employees being able to produce. If you have a deadline and you have a contract, let me give you an example. We have a contract coming up. We're going to talk to this large government entity, and we have to produce a contract on Monday. We have to produce something on Monday. That's the deadline. They want to talk to us on Monday. Monday, we have to have stuff ready for that conversation on Monday. And if someone in your business is key to that, or you need an input from that department, let's say it's a clean energy bill. Let's use that as an example. You're doing a proposal to work with solar energy. And you're talking to some people and you have all this stuff that you have to put together. And one of these numbers that you need is, let's say you have a contractor that is not under your roof, you're partnering with this guy, and the contractor has submitted a lot of raw material to your department. He did his job. You told the contractor, hey, listen, James, I need this information by Tuesday, because we need to make that part of the package so that when we talk to these guys next Monday, we're good to go. Brother said, yeah, I'll get it to you. And he did. He did get it to us. And we are now massaging that information. And your key massager is gone. She's gone. Now you stand to lose a $30 million contract. So it's got to be you small business owners, which is the majority of the businesses in the United States are small business. Their key people, or the people that is responsible for a certain project, have to be there to do that. So you got to have some middle ground. So while I support this family leave stuff, it got to be a middle ground. Another healthcare. Do you support lowering the cost of prescription drugs? I think both sides support that. Immigration. Do you support increasing security along the southern U.S. border? Wow, that's a hot topic, guys. That's a hot topic. From a business owner, I can see both sides of that. Another, immigration. Do you support requiring it? He said no. Another, immigration. Do you support requiring immigrants who are unlawfully present to return to their country or origin before they're eligible for citizenship? He said no. We might have to do a show on this immigration. We may have to dig a little bit deeper on this immigration. Right now, immigration is a hot topic. I really can see both sides of it. I really can. Maybe I'm going to dig a little deeper on that immigration curve. maybe there's some common ground that people are not really considering. National security. Okay, for sure, we should. Everybody want to be safe. So let's see. Maybe this is another. Maybe this is another common ground topic. National security. Do you support economic intervention as a means for resolving international conflicts? Okay, you said yes. So that's sanctions, guys. I think that both sides support that. That is, instead of us going to war, we're going to sanction somehow. If you look at what's going on in Ukraine, you're looking at the Russian-Ukraine war, and what the United States response to that. We're not in it. We're not putting boots on the ground, but we're supporting where we're going to support. So he said yes. He said yes to that. That's awesome. He said yes. All right. National security. Do you support the U.S. providing increased offensive military aid to Ukraine? So we talked about the Ukraine issue. And generally, we support Ukraine. United States supports Ukraine, and so we don't want to have any boots on the ground for sure, because we don't need another world war. So he said that you got to read the question. Do you support the U.S. providing increased offensive military aid? Not boots on the ground aid. He said yes. Taxes. Do you support raising taxes on anyone, on any income, or any in entity to promote economic growth? He said yes. Okay. So this can be interpreted several ways, and this directly affects us as business owners. Raising to support economic growth. Let me see how that's worded one more time. It says that, do you support raising taxes on any income or any entity to promote economic growth? Now, there's a rule of thumb out there that raising taxes does not support economic growth. And so that's where we are with that. Can we raise taxes on a group to support economic growth? Well, you want to grow the economy. Raising taxes to grow the economy, I would have to dig out. There's a lot of stuff in there. We're going to have to unpack that one. Because can you raise taxes to support economic growth? Does that mean closing loopholes? Or does that mean taxing companies, profitable companies? Does that mean just taxing foreign companies? Way too vague. Way too vague. He said yes. And then trade. Do you generally support removing barriers to international trade? For example, tariffs, quotas, etc. Trump said it right, is that some of these trade agreements are not in our favor. They're not fair. Maybe there was a reason why we capitulated. But these agreements are, multi-year, very long agreements. So maybe the reason why we agreed to an agreement 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 10 years ago, is not in our best interest now. So we have to look at stuff like that. We have to look at the trade agreements and see if it still works for us. We want to be fair. The world is a small place, and you trade with me, I trade with you. We don't want a war back and forth where each one of us are raising, the tariff on an item higher and higher and higher because we raise something on them, they raise something on us, but it got to be fair. You got to be fair. Let's see if we can find a win-win on something like that. And I think that the other side, I think that's another common ground. I think that's another common ground where there's something that can be worked on both sides of the aisle. So those were his major positions. And he seemed to be kind of right there in the center. Right there in the center. That's what he seemed to be. So let's just recover that again. Those major positions, budget, yes. Campaign finance reform, yes. No on the crime. We don't want to protect. We want to hold the officers responsible in certain cases. Economy. Basically, economy was yes. He wants to promote growth, lower inflation. Education, he wants to reduce the student loans or give the forgiveness for student loans. He want to know where the money coming from for elections. He's for clean energy. He's for gun regulation. He is for healthcare initiatives. He's not against sending the immigration people back and enforcing, increasing enforcement of the border situations at the U.S. southern border, for national security, and for trade. So he has basically laid out his agenda. It is pretty centralist. Some of those things are clearly positions that he can work with the other aisle for. Will the Republicans want to work with him? I don't know. Will they want to work with him? That remains to be seen. When you are in the Senate, you have to work with the other side. There's filibuster rules. There's, procedural stuff. I mean, it's harder to ram stuff through when you're in the Senate. Not so in the House. Not so in the House. You can control the agenda. You can control the committees. You can that 2018 in charge is a big thing. It is a big thing. So even though he's at 220 representatives now, all he needed was 218, and that is a big thing. The only ways that I think that he would probably have to reach out if he don't have the votes within his party. And when he reach out to the Democrats, then there may be some opportunity where both parties can help solve a solution. But at the end of the day, even if they present their bill and send it over to the Senate, the Senate has, again, the Senate is controlled by the Republicans. The Democrats. The Republicans are a minority there. And then it goes up to a Democratic president who has veto power. So it's going to be very interesting how these next 2 years are going to unfold. As a business owner, we have to work with whatever comes out of Washington, whatever federal policies. Luckily, state and local policies there wasn't much turnover here, especially in the state of Florida. The governor is still the governor. Our mayor is still a mayor. And, yes, there's some political aspirations that will reverberate nationally, but basically everything's still the same. But whether you're in Florida or you are in California, in any place in between, as a business owner, you have to work with both sides of the aisle. You have to work with whatever comes down because, again, you have to make payroll. You have to make payroll. Make payroll, your business has to be profitable. Has to be profitable. So working with both parties, working with whether Democratic leadership or Republican leadership, it doesn't matter. You still got to make, you still got to produce. You still got to stay grinding. Know your positions. Make sure that your officials govern all this fluff and stuff that is going to come up. See through all that, the BS. Hold your people accountable. Hold them accountable to make sound business policies. And as always, stay grinding. So that was a little bit of background on the minority leader, Representative Jeffries. Many of you guys made comments saying that you think he will do well. I agree. I do also think that he would do well. We are still have about a couple hours before they come back and start voting again. I have my popcorn. I know a bunch of you guys was like, Dave, you kidding me. You kidding me. You don't have no popcorn. No, I have it. I have my popcorn. I'm ready. I'm ready. So let's talk about, let's look a little bit about Mr. McCarthy here. Some of you guys were, you know what, to be honest, I do think that somehow you're going to figure out a way to make it work. I do. McCarthy will probably be the leader, but I don't know. I'm not sure how much of his soul he's going to have to give away. I don't know. Will it be a little bit? Will it be a lot? Hmm. But what I do want to do is take a look at a little bit about that 4-point policy that they talked about. Now, remember, one of the representatives got up there, and when they were nominating him, he said how much that they had this 4-point policy, and what they're prepared to do, and how their leadership would be, and so on. Remember, she said that, and she made a great joke about how, and I got to give it to her. I have got to give it to her. She made a great joke about how the Democrats are just laughing at the Republicans, and they have the popcorn and some liquor ready for the votes, and yeah, and you got to hand it to it. It was well delivered. Not comedian level, but it was well delivered, and I chuckled myself because that is exactly what the Democrats are doing. That's exactly what they're doing. I am sure that they find this hilarious. That Republicans supposed to be the Republican leadership, and they can't get it together. They cannot get it together. And so she mentioned this 4-point plan. And I did a video on their 4-point plan when McCarthy was when he introduced it, and I did a little bit of background on him. So let's go in here, and I'm going to share that so that we'll get you guys caught up. And when they resume the vote, we can break out that popcorn. We can have some fun with this. So let's find out a little bit more about their 4-point plan. How when they do, or when they are able to govern, how they will govern, what we can expect. And then I got a little bit about McCarthy and his leadership in here. So let's go ahead and start that bad boy up. All right, we are live, guys. We are live. Big things. And we'll get you guys going today. It is our duty. It is our duty to vote, and the people have spoken. A lot of things have happened, and one of the things that everyone is talking about is how the House have flipped. Congratulations, GOP. Congratulations, GOP. It was a hard-fought victory. It was a lot of the talking heads said that the House would be somewhere around 20+ seat majority. You have that cush, so that if someone on your right flank of the GOP party, the super conservatives, if they was to give you some pushback on a bill, you would have that governing majority. Well, you won. And again, congratulations. But let's talk about that governing majority. I want to play you some clips. I want to play you some clips of what Kevin McCarthy said that, 4 months ago, a couple of months back, where he said, this is our agenda. The Republicans are going to win. We're going to win big. And this is the big stuff that we're going to govern under. Now, that didn't happen. That did not happen. They won by a couple of votes, and power to them, they did win. And the winners takes the spoils. That's the way we play it. Now, we had a couple of election deniers, and there was 2 ballots, that was misplaced, and election fraud. Oh. But in most cases, the people who won and the people who lost did the right thing. The people who lost conceded. Shout out to Dr. Oz. You did the right thing, brother. You shouldn't have said that stuff that you said, but hey, you did the right thing. And the people who won, well, they won. Now, it's great to be gracious as a winner. But when you step up as a man and say, hey, I lost. Yeah, I'm not happy with the whole process, but I lost. Congratulations to the winner, no matter what party that is, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. Congratulations, you're the better man today. You won. I'll catch you in another couple of years. That's how you do it in America. Not, that's sickening. So I don't want to, talk about it because we had a very good, fair, free election. Hey, I got my girl Randy. Randy. So I got to tell you guys a story. So it's about 10 o'clock on election eve, the midterm election. And I'm getting here. I'm starting to cook. The sauce was in the pot. Everything was heating up. And I see my girl Randy. Hey, David, let's hang. Do you know that she and I covered the elections return for what? Almost 4 hours together. She's my girl. I'm going to bring her up immediately, so that we can talk about. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Hopefully she's camera ready. Randy, you camera ready? Here's your link. Here's the link for everyone, guys. I hope she'll get up there and come on in and we take a look at the show. But they won. Now, it was predicted that the House was going to lose. We was going to win the House and also win the Senate. But that didn't happen. In fact, we may grow the Senate. And I say we, I mean the Democrats. I'm not suggesting that I'm a member of any party. But it looks like with the runoff in Georgia, the strength of the candidates, that we may pick up a seat. We may actually pick up a seat. And when I mean we, the Democrats. Now, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to avoid coughing here. I have a slight sore throat. But we may pick up a seat in the Senate. We lost by a few seats in the House. And I want to cover what then leaders said 2 months ago about their agenda. Because you gotta govern, guys. You have got to govern. You can't just say, oh, the other side is bad. Oh, this is bad and that is bad and inflation is bad and everything's bad. Everything's bad. And that's both parties. Everything is bad, but you don't say what you are for. You don't say what you're against. You can't govern by, I'm against this, I'm against this, I'm against this. Because everyday people that's living paycheck to paycheck, or people that are, maybe have a little money to invest, maybe have that second home, maybe they're getting some passive income kind of going. That's what we do on this show. I'm David Carmina. I am a multi-million-dollar producer, avid investor, made my money in real estate. So I am keenly aware and want to be keenly aware on things that affect me. I don't care what party it is. I have to run my business no matter what party is in power. Now, luckily, we have, Some people will say it's lucky. Some people say it's unlucky that we have a division of power here. You know, we have the Republicans in charge of the House. We have the Democrats in charge of the Senate. And with the president, of course, is a Democrat. So, guys, we got to learn to play together. We have got to learn to govern together, because we do not need to have another couple of years where nothing's done. You can't run America on continuations bills. You can't run America on waiting until the last possible second to pass something. If you was a businessman, would you run your business like that? You have a looming bill. You have a contract. You have this contract. And you know that in a month, 2 months, you have something that is due. You have to have a contractor in there. You got to get permitting there. You got to do some major part. Let's say you're putting down foundation. You're about to go vertical. You went in and you called the guy and say, hey, listen, I want you to come by and I want you to run some foundation for me. I'm building this multifamily home. Let's say it's a Romeo project. Romeo project is one of the a project that is fairly large in Tampa. It's a $300 million project, and it was put out for bid, and the group that got it won it fair and square by all accounts. And let's say they were this type of governing where they call up the guy, they demolish the place, and they call up the people, their contractor, and say, okay, let's lay some concrete. And the contractor say, the GC says, looks over everything, and he looks, and he's like, hey, where's the permit? Where's the permit? What permit? You did not get a permit? You didn't pull permits? You didn't go down city of Tampa? Jane Castle was just there at the groundbreaking. You didn't go down there. My shout out to my man, all the people in permitting. Shout out to all the people in the city of Tampa. In fact, if you're in the city of Tampa, you're in part of the chat. Hey, listen, put a 1 there so I know you're there. Shout out to you guys. You mean that you didn't go down to permitting, man? Ron, you mean you didn't go down to permitting and you didn't pull permits for this? Well, you know, you can't run your business like that. Everyone knows that it takes months, if not longer, to pull out, multi-months to pull permits for a project like that. To go through permitting, to go through, make sure everything, your designs are looked at, make sure everything is done. That is a $300 million project. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. These governing people, they govern our lives, and those projects are significantly more than 300 million, 300 billion, a couple of trillion. They govern the GDP of the United States, and they wait till the last second to do stuff. That's horrible. I don't care what party is in power. That is horrible. That is piss poor. But let's hope it doesn't happen this way. Let's hope that these guys can play together. Let's hope that they have an agenda, and that agenda is in part, you want to push. Hey, listen, you have gotten elected under your agenda, and so in a way, you want to advocate for that, not for that agenda. Nothing wrong with that. No, nothing's wrong with that. But now, not only is your advocating for your stuff, but then also the nation at large. Protect and serve. United States. And you can't run the country on last minute, not want to work with the other party. That's asinine. So let's pull up and let's hope that Kevin McCarthy, the new oncoming Speaker of the House, he just got elected. But let's see what he said 2 months ago. Okay, let's get this guy on up. Now let me set the stage. This is an interview that he did with Fox News. Now I like to pull up Fox News because you always hear where they took something out of context and I didn't really say that and all this other stuff. So they can't say that with their boy. They can't say that with Fox News. You talking about a softball interview? You're talking to your peeps. So you can't, oh, I didn't, they took it out of context. No, you got no excuses. So let's see what he said a couple of months ago in his interview. Roll the tape.
Is presenting some warning signs for the GOP, some say, because 56% of voters say Republicans haven't made a strong enough case for support in the November midterms. And among independents, it's 57%. But joining me now is the man who will likely be the Speaker of the House should Republicans win this November, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. He's unveiling the GOP's four-part commitment to America on September 23rd. Is it
23rd? It is, yes.
All right, so that Trafalgar
Four-part commitment. Okay, this is what they're saying publicly. All right, let's see. Let's see what's so important to these guys. You only got 4 points. 4. You got 4 things you want to do. Right? 4. So let's see what they are.
poll, people want to hear more than Biden bad, country going down the tubes. What are they going to hear? In keeping in mind what we just talked about with these schools.
Exactly. The people want to know what you're for. We know what the Democrats have done to us: inflation, crime, going into our schools, a government
let's get with
that's
the
not
bad.
accountable and a border that's not secure. So what we'll do on the 23rd, and how we got here for the last year and a half, all of our members have been working in task forces to build the policy. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a economy that is strong. So that means going after inflation, stopping inflation.
How are you going to do it? That's a nice headline, but how are you going to do
That's great. Well, the first thing you got to do is you got to stop the runaway spending that caused it. You watch that $2 trillion.
Defund organizations, agencies.
You're going to defund the 87,000 IRS agents. You're going to make America energy independent to start with.
Go back to the policies that worked 2.5 years ago?
Exactly. And look, we want to restore America where they're stronger. We want to bring everyone together again. And then the other thing we're going to do, we want a community that's safe. We're going to not defund the police. We're going to add 200,000 new police officers. But the other thing that's happening here is these prosecutors that won't uphold the law. We're going to take a page out of Reagan, where when he raised the age to 21, we supply billions of dollars in cop grants. We're going to put a score to every prosecutor in the nation, give a transparency of what they're upholding or not. And they've got to reach a score if they want to have the cop grants. I think their policies will change, just as we're able to.
Isn't it time to defund and push to defund large parts of the federal government that are actually working against?
All right. We're going to stop spending. Okay. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, we're going to add more police officers. I'm good on adding police officers. I'm good with that. But didn't you say you want to slow down or stop spending and reduce inflation? Well, how are you going to pay for the police officers? They're bad. We're gonna stop the defund. We're gonna add police. Okay. All right. We're gonna reduce inflation. Okay. Well, what are your steps to reduce inflation? Let's go back here. Did they say anything about? Did I miss it? Did they say how they're gonna reduce inflation? One more time.
Agencies.
You're going to defund the 87,000 IRS agents. You're going to make America energy.
Well, defunding the IRS agents is not going to. I don't. I'm missing something, guys. Let's run this. Let's run this again. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's run this one more time.
People want to know what you're for. We know what the
We
Democrats.
we
are
want to
for.
know what
Gun
you're for.
deals, inflation, crime going into our schools, a government that's not held accountable, and a borders that's not secure. So what we'll do on the 23rd.
Okay, so that's their talking points. You got it. You know, everybody got to have their talking points, and that's all right. So let's actually talk policy.
And how we got here for the last year and a half, all of our members have been working in task forces to build the policy. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a economy that is strong. So that means
talking point. Okay, so here's the talking point. You hear that? Okay, so that'll let us know if it's fluff or it's actually going to be something of substance. Let's go.
Going after inflation, stopping inflation.
How are you going to do it? That's a nice headline, but how are you going to do it?
That's great. Well, the first thing you got to do is you got to stop the runaway spending that caused it. You watch that $2 trillion.
Defund organizations, agencies.
You're going to defund the 87,000 IRS agents. You're going to make America energy independent to start.
Defund IRS agents. Is that code for I don't know, letting people exploit the tax loophole? Let's continue on. Randy, let me know when you're ready, girl. Shout out to Dr. Neely. Dr. Neely, we're going to get you up here.
Start with.
Go back to the policies that worked 2.5 years ago?
Exactly. And look, we want to restore America where they're stronger. We want to bring everyone together again. And then the other thing we're going to do, we want a community that's safe. We're going to not defund the police. We're going to add 200,000 new police officers. But the other thing that's happening here is these prosecutors that won't uphold.
Okay, guys. So the topic was, in fact, let me put the topic back up here. Reduce inflation. There you go, guys. I'm not sure how, and defunding, I mean, adding more police, make everyone be safe. That's, you know, hey, we want that. We want safe streets. We absolutely, as a business owner, when you are in a business, and let's say like you have a store shop, that's a corner store or a whatnot shop, or let's say you sell clothing or some type of service on a corner, you want your clients to get to you safely. You want your clients to purchase what they're going to purchase and go home safe. That is true. Everybody wants to be safe, but I'm not sure how that reduces inflation. To be fair, I guess if people is buying stuff, you know, I'm stretching here, but if the economy is buying and, you know, you don't have, let's say we don't have a supplies chain issue. Let's say no one's gouging and, you know, hey, look, I'm trying. Let's continue on.
Hold the law. We're going to take a page out of Reagan, where when he raised the age to 21, we supply billions of dollars in cop grants. We're going to put a score to every prosecutor in the nation. Give a
So I'm not sure how cop grants is going to did he move on? Are we still talking about inflation? Did I miss something?
Transparency of what they're upholding or not. And they've got to reach a score if they want to have the cop grants. I think their policies will change just as we're able to.
Isn't it time to defund and push to defund large parts of the federal government that are actually working against the interests of the American people? The EPA, the DOJ, if it's turning parents who care about that curriculum that you just listened to, curricula all across the country. The education department, I used to work there during Reagan, believe it or not, I'm really dating myself. The education department must be defunded in large part. Reagan wanted to get rid of it. What happened to that? We shouldn't even have an education department at this point.
You're exactly where we're going. The other thing, you want to build a future based upon freedom. And the one thing we learned in Virginia, so we have a Parents' Bill of Rights.
Fear mongering.
So what we're finding is someone has to do research and get lucky to find out what is happening in these kids' schools. That should not be the case.
Way.
Every parent should be sent what's ever being taught in their kids' school. They don't have to go to a website to see it. They should be able to send to them and they know it. What we're also going to do is hold this government accountable. Why did the DOJ go after parents when they started going to school board meetings to stop critical race theory? Because they could, the unions would not have it. We're going to oversee the
This is a smorgasbord of talking points. I don't. Let's continue on. We went from I'm going to reduce inflation, which is solid. We want to reduce inflation. I think that we had a show last month or earlier this month where Fed chair got up there and say, "Hey, listen, we want to reduce inflation by 2% to 2%, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing." That's how you govern, guys. I want to do this. This is my goal, and these are the steps that will get us there. Not I want to do this and then word salad. Here we go.
DOJ go after. Why did this even start from the
Will you
very
go back to remain in Mexico policy, Trump's
Oh, yeah.
policy that
Securing
actually
our
worked?
border, remain in Mexico, no more catch and release. What's happening at the border? And I want to tell you a story that happened in my hometown just last week. A 13-year-old brought 150 pills of fentanyl disguised as something else. A counselor found, this is in junior high, a counselor finds it. As the police officer is going there, they have to call a paramedic because the counselor didn't.
All right, guys, I got to take this reduce inflation down because I don't know where he is. I maybe I missed the other couple of points. Make us safer would be another point, maybe. Okay. I'm trying. I'm trying to be fair. Okay, so let's say point 2 was safety. Make us safe. All right, guys. If you're in the chat and you saw if he gave any points on how he was going to reduce inflation, besides defunding or adding more cops and reducing the IRS, put in the chat. Help me out. Maybe I'm missing something, guys. But put in the chat what you heard. Let's continue on. Okay, so I'm going to put up here. Safety. Make us more safe. And all right, so let's say that's point number 2.
Take a pill, but he started to OD because what absorbing. 300 kids a day are being poisoned and
Well,
killed.
China's launching a drug war on the United States. This is a drug war that's being launched through Mexico, waged by China to kill 100,000 Americans a
Wait till
year.
I tell you what we're going to do next. But this is like an airplane full commercial crashing every day. Why wouldn't this be a crisis? If a plane crashed every day in America, we'd do something.
Are we bringing supply chains home from China? China decoupling, I've been talking about it for 20 years.
That's exactly
I went around on this, I think, many times.
We're bringing the supply chain back, but let me tell you something else. If I'm fortunate enough to be speaker, I'm going to create a China committee. We are going to look at
committee.
We're going to add more committees. That's going to help us. Add more committees. Is that one of his points? Add more legislation. Okay, that's going to help us. Let's continue on. Let me add that to us.
But you have to look at every single industry that they have a corner. They control 90% of all the critical minerals, but they also control 95% of all the critical mineral processing. Why are we being so beholden to China? Why don't we bring that back to America?
Should they be able to buy farmland in the United States and
No,
military bases?
that's part of what the committee will do.
I don't, when I hear committee, my head blows off, but I get what you're saying. Now,
That's how you pass legislation. That's how you stop.
God, the details are important, Congressman. All right, Nancy Pelosi discussed Democrats' prospects today, Congressman. I want you to watch what she said.
How many times have I told you over the past year and a half plus that the Democrats would hold the House, despite some of the so-called conventional, so-called wisdom?
But last week, that they're going to pick up seats.
Ready when she took power, took that gavel.
Yeah. You know what she said last cycle too, that they're going to pick up seats. All the pollsters said we'd lose 15. It was the first time since 1994. Not one Republican incumbent lost, and we beat 15 Democrats. We elected the most Republican women at any time in the history. We are going to win the majority, but it's not for the sake of the Republican Party. It's for restoring America. We have a plan for a new direction. They
We
have
know
no
it,
plan.
but we saw what worked. We had real median income rising under Trump.
Don't you miss the days when the market was high and inflation and gas prices were low? It's the opposite. It's exactly what they have done. They opened our border. They brought inflation with runaway spending. You watch what they've done to our schools. There's no one being held accountable. You've got looking to
All right, so it was more their bashing, not really what we're doing is what they're doing is so bad. And hey, I get it. I get it. You got to win. You got to win to legislate. And to win, sometimes you have to point out what you are going to do and what they are currently doing bad, because you need to replace them. You need to replace them. So, okay. It's 2 months out when he did this particular interview. He's in campaign mode. He's going to announce the formal agenda a month from now. So he's putting out teasers. Let's give him a break. Let's give him a break. Let's say that he accomplished what he said he was going to do. Let's say that he got out there and he was doing the campaign and advocating for his party. Okay. Okay, I got it. All right. And I'm going to be liberal when I say that here are the 4 points, at least from what I got from his speech, that he was willing to do, and he's going to refine these 4 points next month. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go point number 1. Stop spending. Okay, so we want to reduce the spending in the government. Got it. Got it. And how are we going to redo it? We're going to fire IRS agents. I didn't get much more than that. In the chat, hey, listen, if you got more, if I missed something, hey, let me know. Let me know. But that's what I got out of that. Okay. Add more police officers. Okay. Add more police officers. I somehow that's okay. All right. Inflation, reduce okay. All right, reduce inflation. And you know what? Here we go. Stop spending. Okay. All right. All right. And more cops. We want to be safer. I get that. Okay. Make us more safe. I agree. I agree. But this, add more legislation. How's it going to help your pocketbook? You know, you're a single mom, and let's say you have a kid or two, and you know you're making it. You know, you're making it. You're middle class. You are going to the grocery store, and yeah, inflation is important. You know, you got to buy that stuff. You got to buy, the cereal. You got to buy your Frosted Flakes. You got to buy your milk. You got to buy a brother a steak. Oh, am I talking about me? No. Oh, you got to buy stuff. Okay, I get it. Inflation is important. You want to make it to the grocery store. let's say your grocery store is down the corner around the block. You know, you're not walking. You hopped in your car and you're going around the corner. You got to get to the grocery store, and you want to be safe. Okay. Okay. I get it. Now, to be safe, one way is to add more police officers. Okay. I get that. And you're buying that bread, you're buying your cereal, you're buying you're buying a steak. You're buying a steak. You're not cooking for me, but you're buying a steak. Let's say it's Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving coming up. You're buying that turkey. You got to buy the stuffing. I hate stuffing, but you got to buy the. I ain't gonna tell you my secret ingredients, but you got to buy the stuff. Okay. I like Cajun turkey, so I have my Cajun. I have my spices, all this stuff. I put in the house. I'm buying all this stuff, and overall, you want it to be economical because you got to feed your family, and maybe you're gonna go to your extended family house. Maybe there's 15 of them. You guys gonna sit there. You're gonna eat Thanksgiving dinner, and you're gonna enjoy your dinner. Okay, I got it. So inflation. Okay, you want the cost of those goods to be low. You want to get there safe. And a contributory factor of getting everything, reducing inflation is government spending. So you want to try to figure that, reduce that. And I'm not sure if firing IRS agents will get there, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he knows more than I do. Maybe he knows that at 450,000. I'm not sure what amount, but let's say the bunch of IRS agents that he want to fire somehow will reduce inflation from 5% to 2%. Okay. Okay. I don't see it, but okay. Now, more legislation? You mean that somehow by investigating stuff, it's going to reduce my Publix bill? Somehow it's going to make that turkey that I want to buy for Thanksgiving cheaper? I don't get it. I don't know it. I don't get it. My girl Randy said invest how the police are funded. Okay, well, that may be true. But I'm giving them the benefit. I'm trying my best, Randy. I'm trying my best, Randy. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Again, he's a couple of months out. Okay. Let's see what he said just last month. Old boy was at a campaign event. And this was in Philadelphia, and maybe he shouldn't have went there because I think I'm gonna have to look up the record, but I think the brother lost that he was campaigning for. So, I think that's one of the seats that we're picking up. Now, this is the campaign event that he was at. Let me add this to the stream. We're gonna do this. Now, what I wanted to make the comment I want you guys to look at is that his 4-point agenda is a month refined, rehearsed. He's ready to unveil this 4-point agenda now. Okay, let's hear what he has to say.
Everybody for coming here to Southwestern Pennsylvania. I'm just so proud that we're rolling this out right here in my district. I'm Guy Reschenfeld. I represent PA 14 right here in Southwestern Pennsylvania. In the audience now. Advanced technology.
Now this is where he thanks the sponsor of the event, and you should. And this is a businessman that owns this company. Shout out to him. Hey, listen, you know, you're a businessman, you own a company, is probably fairly large. Shout out. You know, you're doing what we need to do. You are employing people. I don't care what political spectrum you are, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, you want to employ people. You want to add to the tax base. You want to give a person a dignity of a solid job at a working wage. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Hey, I don't have a problem with you you promoting your company and putting on an event. No problem at all. Shout out to you. So let's get past this and go to where McCarthy is, and he's promoting himself again. Okay, this is political season. They're 1 month out. You should be promoting yourself. That's what you should be doing. Now, what you should be doing is saying, hey, listen, you know, this is what I'm for. I'm against this, but I'm for this. Not I'm against this, and I'm against this, and I'm against that too. And by the way, I'm against this. No, I'm against this, but I'm for this. That's the way you do it. All right. So McCarthy gets up. McCarthy comes up, and he's just going to do his speech. Let's see what he's saying.
First of all, thank you. Do you not believe America is exceptional?
Yes.
I want to thank Ray and the whole DMI team and family. Thank you for letting us come in. Thank you for what you do and wake up every single morning to go to work.
Yes.
You know, Ray didn't tell you this is a 24-hour job. They're working this shift each and every day. That's what the people dream about in America. To all the members back here, and what we're going to roll out today is a commitment to America in Washington. Not Washington, D.C., but Washington County, Pennsylvania.
All right, guys, let's talk about the technique, because there's a technique for these speeches, and you want to thank the host, you want to thank the sponsors, you want to make a connection to where you are, and this is what he's doing now. Ain't no shame in that. You should be doing that. So let's give him that. Okay, let's see what else he has.
You want to know why? Because it's about you. It's not about us.
Making that connection.
We've spent the last year and a half, all the Republican members in conference, going throughout the country listening to the challenges, fighting what the Democrats have been doing. And we want to roll it out to you, to the entire country, to know exactly what we will do if you would trust us and give us the ability to take a new direction for this country. What the commitment is a plan for a new direction. You know, I've watched this one-party control. And as we went—
All right, plan for the new direction. Let me put myself back up here. Plan for the new direction. So finally, we're going to get some meat. We're getting some meat on that bone. They went all over. You know, I didn't see them in Tampa, but hey, I would have listened. They would say, hey, David, what do we need to do? I think you need to stop bashing the other people and start legislating. That's what you need to do. But no. Now I want you to listen in what he says. We spent all summer. We listened to you. But first I gotta bash them. I gotta bash them first. Before I say what we're gonna do, we're gonna make sure we bash them first. Let's hear the bashing.
Went across this country listening. We heard the same thing. Kitchen table, the dining room table, the inside the factory. Can I afford it? Can I afford to fill up my tank?
Yeah. Well, I got a Tesla, so I'm not worrying about filling up the tank. But where's my turkey? Can I afford my doggone turkey? Yeah. What? Where's my turkey? All right, let's go.
Can I afford the food, the milk?
Now there's my turkey.
Can I find baby formula?
No babies.
And I ask everybody across this country, could you afford to give up 1 month of your wages? 1 month of your wages. The sad part is these Democratic policies.
All right, so that's the I feel I'm feeling your pain. I'm empathizing. I'm a millionaire, but I you know the baby formula. I get it. I get it. I get it. But I gotta bash the other side. I gotta bash the other side first.
Policies has already taken 1 month of your wages. So now the struggle that you have is you're living through 12 months with only 11 months pay now because inflation is so high. We warned the Democrats not to do that, American.
Okay, so he's hitting on the inflation topic. I'm going to put this back up. Now, remember, inflation was one of the first things that he talked about a month ago. So let's see what he's going to say. Hopefully, he's going to say something about inflation. Let's go.
Rescue plan, but it wasn't just us warning. Larry Summers, a Secretary of Treasury Democrat, told him, don't do it, you bring inflation. Steve Ratner, a Democrat advisor to Obama, calls it the original sin of inflation. And then we watch what they did to our communities.
All right, stating the problem. Okay, so I get it. I'm going to give him that one. I'm going to give him that when he's stating the what? He's stating the problem. I haven't heard a solution yet. Have I heard? Have you guys heard a solution yet? I haven't heard a solution yet. But let's continue on.
Defunding of the police. We got crime problems from Portland to Philadelphia. With DAs and
Wait, he moved to defunding the police. Well, what about inflation? What about it? What they're going to do about inflation? What's your solution with inflation? I didn't hear I'm confused, guys. All right. So maybe he's going to talk about add more police officers now. He stated the problem with inflation. Yeah, okay, we're gonna reduce inflation. Okay, I was ready. I was, hey, I'm taking my notes. These boys gonna reduce inflation. I got my iPad here. They're gonna reduce inflation. I'm ready to. How are you gonna do it? How are you gonna do it? I'm okay with reducing inflation. Now he's at adding more police officers. Let's continue on.
Prosecutors that look the other way. We've watched what's happened to our border, the millions of people who are just walking across. People on the terrorist watch list. But now we're watching it create
terrorist watch? What? How did I get there?
Fentanyl. The #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. That poison starts in China and comes across our border.
I thought it was diabetes, but
Americans every day.
Okay.
It's like an airliner crashing each day.
Okay.
If that happened 3 days in this country, we'd say it's a crisis and we'd change it. But the White House tells us it's secure. Then we watched a Washington that uses their political power to go after people for their own political beliefs. We watched children get a lost learning left behind.
All right, guys, we're gonna continue. We're gonna, hey, we're gonna continue. We're gonna listen to them, but I want to hear some solutions. You're a month out. You're ready to govern. You have worked on this. You've listened to all these people saying all of the problems, and you've able to state the problem. Yeah, they did it. No matter what party it is, the other party did it. Yeah, they did it. Is it sunny? It's sunny, but they did it. Is it raining? Yep. They caused the rain. They did it. Okay, we got that. They did it. What's your solution? What's your solution? Give me a solution. Or at least talk about something that I'm in that matters to me. You're trying to tell me that when you canvass the country to find out all these problems, the kitchen table, you went to the kitchen table and say, hey, ma'am, hey, I know Thanksgiving's happening. You gonna cook for a brother? No, they didn't say that. They didn't say you're gonna cook. They didn't say that. I do want you to cook for me, but they didn't say that. They said, hey, we got a lot of problems in the United States. We want to make the United States better. We want to make it great again. What's important to you?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. What's important to me is them drugs from China. China is important to me. That's important. Not my schools. Not the turkey that I gotta cook. Shout out to David. I got your turkey. What's important to me? What's really important to me is them China drugs. I don't believe that happened.
I just don't believe it happened. I can't think of any one that if you're sitting at the kitchen table, they're gonna say, you know what, them China drugs, that's the number one thing that's important to me. Nah, that didn't happen. That did not happen. Let's continue on.
That's what happened with the Democrats, because they control Washington. They control the House, the Senate, the White House. They control the committees. They control the agencies. It's their plan, but they have no plan to fix all the problems they create.
All right, what's your plan? What's your plan?
We've created a commitment to America.
Oh, wait. He got a prop, y'all. He's got a prop. Finally, we're gonna hear some solutions. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to hear it.
We're going to talk about it today. We want an economy that is strong. That means you can fill up your tank. You can buy the groceries. You have enough money left over to go to Disneyland and save for a future. That the paychecks grow, they no longer shrink.
Okay. Didn't you just say that when you first got out of the seat? Didn't you just say that before you pulled up the prop? You pulled up the prop. You pulled up the prop. You pulled up the prop. You're supposed to be talking about solutions. Solutions. Not restating the problem. You pulled up the prop. And you talked about the same thing again.
We have a plan for a nation that's safe. That means your community will be protected. Your law enforcement will be respected. Your criminals will be prosecuted. We believe in a future that's built on freedom. That your children come first. They're taught to dream big. And we believe in a check and balance. That government should be accountable. No longer special interest. We should work for you, not the other way around like it is today.
Yeah. I agree to all of that. I agree. Now, how are you going to do it? I agree. You know, I think that you should be able to get up and go to a job that you enjoy and make a living wage. Inflation should be 1.5%. Interest rate should be free. Okay, I'm a realtor. I'm a realtor guy. I'm a broker. I sell real estate. I sell investments. I made my money through real estate. Yeah, I want them rates to be 0. Ain't gonna happen, but hey, I want it. So I want the rates to be reasonable. Yeah. I want those things. What else to say? I want to be safe. I want to be when I get to my Tesla. No one's around. I don't want to be bopped on the side of the head and someone beating down the brother. I don't want that. I don't want none of that. Okay. How you gonna do it? How are you gonna do it? That's what I want to hear. Let's continue on. Maybe I didn't get far enough along. Maybe you pulled out the prop. You pulled out the prop. I was ready. You pulled out the prop. That's all I got to say. You pulled out the prop.
You know, we walked through this facility. As we toured this country, too long, China has too much control of our supply chain. We're going to bring that back to America. So if you're like everybody else we hear, whether you can afford it, whether you feel safe, the challenge of your children.
All right, guys. Here's what I'm going to do because he's kind of rambling. I'm going to put up the how. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add that. And every time that he says how he's going to do it, I'm going to take the how down. I'm going to take it down. Because he gave us a how. He's been giving us what and who's responsible and what the problem is. He's gave us a lot of who's and what's. I want to hear some hows. You pull out the prop. What? My prop. You pulled out the prop. I want to know how. Let's continue on.
Children getting lost behind, or a government that's run amok. Who has a plan to change that course? We do. The Democrats have no plan for the problem they created.
What's your plan? What's your plan?
If you trust us, hold us accountable. We're putting it out to the entire country. This is what we'll do. But on that very first day that we're sworn in, you'll see that it all changes. Because on our very first bill, we're going to repeal 87,000 IRS agents.
Okay, fire the IRS agents. And that's going to do what? What would that accomplish? It will reduce. Okay, let's talk about that. In the chat, look, I want to be fair. I want to be fair. I want to be fair. So that's one of their major talking points. Fire the IRS agents. Okay. How is that? Here's your scenario. How is that going to affect the average mom that he described, that wants to fill up their car with gas, the cheap gas, and they want to go and get the milk, and you want to get the turkey for Thanksgiving. And so I want to know that mom that's making $60,000, $65,000 a year. Someone tells me how will that affect her. Put it in the chat. Come on up. Someone tell me how that's going to affect her. Let's continue on. Got a lot of applause. It's a talking point. Okay. It'll help me. I should be cheering. It's going to help a brother. It may not help someone the mom. It's not going to help the mom. If I can help the mom buy my turkey, cook it for a brother.
Our job is to work for you, not go after you. Our job is to make America stronger. We believe America is more than a country. America's an idea. We can secure our border. We could become.
This is just me, guys. I'm ex-military. I actually served my country. Does it bother you when people who have never been in the military talking this stuff? Does it bother you? Well, I don't know this man. Maybe he did serve. I'm gonna have to look up his record. That bothers me. Now, let's continue on.
Become energy independent, where your price of gas is lower. We can build an education system that has a parent's bill.
Energy independent. Good thing. Good thing. How? How? Energy independent. Good thing. How? Don't know.
Rights that you have a say in your kids' education. We could be a check and balance on the reign in this government that's going after the individuals. If you believe like us, join with us. Because this job won't be easy. We'll get it through the House. We need your help to get it all the way to his desk. You know, the president last night already attacked me in this plan.
Okay. So he pulled out the prop and he's talked about his 4-point plan. I missed the 4 points. I did get inflation. I did get that. And then now he's bashing the other side. Okay, again, he's in campaign mode, but you know, I try to be fair, guys. I try to be fair. But I want to talk about now, I want to talk about some of the things that are important to us. I want to talk about some of the things that may be in jeopardy because he didn't say what he was going to do. Now, in another interview, he said how he's going after. Well, he said in the last interview that there's going to be more legislation and more committees, and one of the committees that he mentioned was Hunter Biden, and I'm not sure how that affects how the son of the president 8 years ago or whatever time that was, how that is going to, how that's going to buy my turkey. I want my turkey. How is that going to have Ann? I'm just saying this Ann. I don't know an Ann that's going to be cooking me turkey. I know Ann's. I know some Ann's. But I don't know no Ann's going to be cooking a brother turkey. So let's say it's Ann. How Ann is going to cook my turkey? How Ann is going to go to the store, buy my turkey, and cook it. Make sure you use extra seasoning. But cook my turkey. I want to talk about things that are like that. Now, we have some of the initiatives that we're doing is, and some of the things that he mentioned is clean energy, renewable energy, us not being energy dependent. Now, that's something that is worth talking about. I agree. I think that most people would agree that clean energy is important. Now, how do we get to that? Well, one of the ways that we can get to clean energy is solar and renewable energy. And I think that that's pretty important. Now, I just dropped a link in our chat bar, and we have a couple of people in the chat bar that I know are working on initiatives for solar energy, for ways that we can use solar, clean energy, electronic vehicles in our community. I want to talk about things like that. So if you're still in the chat, go ahead and click on the link, guys, and come on up. Let's talk about some clean solar energy. Let's talk about jobs. He didn't say anything about jobs. Well, more cops. Let's talk about jobs. We need jobs in our community. We don't need no investigations about someone's son 6 years ago or 7 years ago, or that may or may not have happened. Now, I don't even know this guy. I know good people that's on the corner begging. I know the people that I pass coming to work with their hand out wanting money. Let's get them jobs. Let's get them solar energy jobs. Let's get them clean. Let's get them construction jobs. What about jobs? It's a chain, guys. It's a chain. You give someone a job. Now they have income. When you give them the job, they're paying taxes because the employer takes out their taxes. So you're adding to the tax base. So you give them jobs, you're adding to the tax base. Now they have stuff that they can do. They can buy. Well, hopefully they're not buying any substance or something that will abuse themselves. But let's say a portion of that goes there, but there's still a larger portion will buy groceries, health care, maybe some type of, personal care, personal hygiene. Maybe they would go to the store and buy my turkey. And all right, so that's just a joke, guys. But maybe they would use that money, put it back into the economy, and then now that business owner would take that money and grow their business. So the business owner has the money and he's looking to grow his business. Okay. So we've helped one person. We've helped that guy on the corner. Let's say this guy on the corner is Ralph. I don't know Ralph. So we helped Ralph. We helped Ralph out. We helped Uncle Sam because Uncle Sam, part of that money went to the tax base. So Uncle Sam happy. He got his. Hey, I got mine. I got my whatever percentage it is. Awesome. We help the local economy because they're going to get theirs. City of Tampa going to get theirs. The schools are going to get theirs. Everybody's going to get theirs. What's left, he's now able to spend on himself. He's paid his taxes. That was already deducted out in most cases. And then now Ralph is able to spend some money on himself. So he's going to buy hygiene. He's going to buy some clothes. He's going to try to look fly. He's going to get his hair cut. Maybe grow the beard. Try to, hey. Try to get some honeys maybe. Or maybe see his kids. Maybe he's able to pay child support. But before we do all of that, he has to buy stuff. So he goes to the local grocery store and he's buying stuff. Okay, so that's 3 people so far. We got Ralph, Uncle Sam. We have the 4, local economy, the local government, city of Tampa. And then now he's at the grocery store, he's buying stuff. Okay, awesome. Bought some clothes. He's buying stuff. Bought some food. He's happy. His self-esteem. No one giving him a handout. He's actually producing. He's producing. That's what we want to do. I think that when you're constantly getting handouts and stuff, I don't know, guys. Now He goes see his baby mamas or go out with his girl. Now he has a little money to take his people, maybe his family, his friends, significant other. They're going out, they're enjoying themselves. Store clerk gets out there. He says, "Hey, Ralph, here's some clothes. Thank you for the money, and now I can grow my business. I can hire somebody. I can hire somebody." Store clerk grows. He was at 2 employees, and now he can now employ another employee. Maybe that employee starts off part time, but now that part timer, now he's full time because all these extra new business that he's growing. His business has grown. His business has grown 30% in a quarter. And now he's able to hire somebody. But it doesn't stop there. Ralph takes his girls out. He pays his baby mom, pays alimony, pays child support, and he's starting to be part of a citizen. He's starting to be a part of that American dream. It continues. It continues. Now, a year from now, he got his credit together. He's off the streets. He's ready to buy a house. Now he's ready to talk to me. Now he's ready to say, "Hey, listen, David, look, I know you can help me. I know you can help me buy this house, man. I'm ready." Let me tell you a story. There was this one brother. I'm not going to say no names, but I'm super proud of this brother. Super proud. Three years ago, this brother came to me and said, "David, look, I want to buy a house. Me and my girl, my son, we've been renting forever. And I want to buy, I want that stability. I want to buy a house." I said, "Okay." And we kind of looked at him. He wasn't ready. He was nowhere near ready. So I had him talk to one of my mortgage friends. My shout out to Gilbert. Shout out to Gilbert Bennett with My Easy Mortgage. Send him over there to Gilbert. I said, "Gilbert, this brother, cool brother, good brother, trying to do the right thing, got a little bumps in his past, but he's want to buy a house." Gilbert said, "Yeah, okay, I got you." So he worked with that brother for 2+ years. 2+ years. Earlier this year, he came back. The brother said, "Hey, listen, David, I'm done with the program. I've got my credit up. I got some money in the bank. I've been saving. Me and my girl, we've been saving. We've been saving for 2 years. Now we're ready. We're ready to buy that house. We're ready for the American dream." So we went all over Tampa. This was when the market was high. It was not really a buyer's market. It wasn't a seller's market, but it wasn't. It was the interest rates was low, but the home prices were a little outside of where they should be. But this guy was pursuing his American dream, so he was determined. Now we found a home. We were successful with our bid. We went through all of the process. Then right at the end, he bought it. That's right. He bought that house. And you know what? At closing, it was an emotional event for all of us because I know how hard that brother worked to get that home. It's more than a home, guys. It is your part of the American dream. It is providing for your family. It is helping the economy. It is for many of us coming out of the shadows and being part of the American economy. It is tax breaks. It is building equity. It is your family. You know that the equity of the house, he had a baby, a boy, maybe in early teens, maybe 12, 13. That home, that equity is now his education. It could be his education fund. So when these people come out there and they say, you know, they break out the prop and they say, hey, listen, it's all their fault without giving solutions. This is what we want to do. And then it's all this pie in the sky stuff without giving solutions. It's all their fault, the other party. Whatever party it is, both parties does it. Both parties does it. It's the other guy's fault. They did it. We're going to fix it, but gives no how. No how. That's not the American dream. I want to know if you are part of the governing body, part of Congress, the president. I want to know how you're going to fix it. We know the problem. Fix it. I don't want to hear, we don't want to hear that. I want my turkey. I want my turkey. Randy, you going to cook my turkey? I want my turkey. I want my turkey on Thanksgiving. I want you to fix the problem. I want you to tell me how you're going to fix it. Don't get up there and pander. Don't get up there and say, hey, listen, these are all these solutions. I'm going to reduce inflation. I'm going to reduce inflation to 2% and give no way of how you're going to reduce the inflation. You pulled out your talking points. I was ready. I was like, well, okay, we get now. We gonna do it now. You pulled out your talking points. You didn't give me any meat. You gave him no meat. You gave him no meat on that bone. None. So here's what I want to say. And this is for both parties. It's your responsibility to get Randy off the corner. It's your responsibility to put in policies and procedures to get Randy off the corner. Because that charge starts a chain reaction, and that chain reaction is that's what makes America great. Incarcerating people doesn't make America great. Again. How is that making America great? Employing people, providing medical care, providing good education. All that kind of comes from employing. Employ people. You're adding to the tax base. You're adding to the schools. When you pay the ad valorem tax, that pays for that. You're paving roads. It's all start with employment. No, I get it. Let's say there's some things you have to do to employ people. Well, you got to educate them. You got to make sure they're off drugs. I get that. You got to make sure that they're safe. They can actually get to work. I get that. What about transportation? Republicans don't have anything to do with transportation and infrastructure. Transportation and infrastructure are two main employers. It takes a lot of people to build roads. Construction. Sometimes those projects are I've been in Tampa 22 years. They still building on I-4. They're still building. Someone could retire on that project. That's a joke. almost. But someone could have retired on that project. Started when that person was interned with the company, and then by the time the project's done, he's ready to retire. That's how long those projects take. And that is a good, solid employment, job, career for nearly anyone. And you don't need, in most cases, you don't need an advanced degree to do it. What about those common sense approaches to job employment? Firing IRS agents how's that going to help Susie? How about having some jobs or a job bill? How about that? How about having a job bill? How about some party saying, "Hey, listen, I'm going to have an initiative. This initiative is something, one, that we need, and then two, we're going to hire a ton of people. We're going to hire a ton of people, and it's something that we need." Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't both parties want that? We're gonna hire a bunch of people. We're gonna have every Randy out there. We're gonna hire you. We're gonna clean you up. We're gonna train you. We're gonna put you to work. We're gonna take our. We're gonna take ours. Uncle Sam, we're gonna take ours. We're gonna take ours, and we're gonna use that to build the roads. We're going to use that to fund some things. We're going to, the municipality. We're going to take ours. City of Tampa. They're going to take theirs. But we're going to give you enough left to where now you can start paying your child support. You can, if you have, you can pay your baby mama. You can take the people out on a date. You can go to a nice restaurant. Treat her nice. Treat him nice. Eventually, you can buy a house. Wouldn't that be something that everyone wants? Randy, you never made a turkey? Shout out to Randy. Randy, you haven't made a turkey? Here she go. Never made a turkey before. How do some oxtails sound? Well, I like. Well, that's a good solution, but you gotta get with the turkey. Shout out to substitute teacher. Substitute teacher, help Randy out. Send her recipes for that turkey. And don't you substitute all the good stuff. So you gotta get some bad stuff in there. Shout out to Randy. Never made a turkey. Come on now. Come on. Put that bad boy in there. Put it up there. You grease it up. You inject it with the Cajun seasoning. You put some salt, pepper on that bad boy. You preheat the oven. I think it's what, 250, 350, somewhere around in there, 250, 350. Put it in that pan, and you put it in the oven for a couple hours. When it start browning, take the foil off. Let it cook another 30 minutes. Don't overcook it. Don't overcook. Don't burn it. You got your turkey. Invite a brother over. We eating. Now, if we can get the inflation down to 2%, we'll be eating. So you'll be having some extra money that you can buy brother some crab legs. I love crab legs. I can eat crab legs all day long. I'm famous for eating crab legs. You want me to come somewhere? You feed me crab legs. I'll be there. I'll be there. Hey, David, I want you to go to Dubai. I don't want to go to Dubai. They got crab legs there. I'm buying my ticket. I'm buying my ticket. But let's get back to Stan. Or Ralph, I'm sorry. And his job bill. Now, one of the things that the Republicans, one of the things they said is that clean energy. Remember the clean energy? Y'all remember him saying clean energy? Clean energy. We want to do clean energy. Renewable energy, clean energy. same thing to me. That's what he wants. And we know that clean energy leads to good jobs. We know that good jobs leads to you have to hire people to good jobs. And we know that now Ralph can work. He can work from that clean energy job. The Republicans want it. It's a good thing. Didn't Biden have a package for that? And the Republicans voted against it? So it's only a good idea if you and your party voted against, come up with the clean energy bill. Come up with that solar energy bill. That's when it's a good idea. But if someone else, the other party, suggested the exact same thing, that maybe it's a little bit different. Everybody has a little slant on it, but it's something that you can work with. It's something that will help the majority of people in your district, in your area, in your state. But you're going to vote against it. That's disappointing. I don't care what party you're in. That's anti-business. So now let's see what happens. Let's see the concept. Let's run this a little bit forward. Now, Ralph cannot get his job. He's still on the corner. He gets sick from being on the corner. He's outside. He's in the elements. He gets sick. He goes to the emergency room. He's sucking our taxpayer dollars. We got to take care of him. We can't let him die. So now, instead of being an asset, now he's a deficit to us. Okay. He's not paying his baby mama, the alimony, because guess what? I'm sorry, not alimony. Shout out to the lead attorney. Thinking about you, brother. Lead attorney making that big bucks. Making that big bucks. He paying them taxes. He paying them taxes. Shout out, lead. Shout out, brother. But Ralph, let's say Ralph now, he is not paying anything. He's not paying back child support. He's not. He's living off of the government subsidies, food stamp and others. And we should have a safety net. No shame in that. But you see, he doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job. It's very hard for him to be part of the community, to help the community out. You can forget about buying a house. You forget about paying the taxes associated with that. You forget about the ad valorem. You forget about all that stuff. All because you don't want to support a bill that you stated that you were supposed to support. That's both sides. This is not a political show. It's not a political show. This is a business show. This is I want to employ people show. This is a show where we want to get people to buy real estate. We want to get people to build generational wealth. We want to get people to take care of their families. So, sir, maybe instead of you pointing fingers at the other side, and I don't care if you're R or a D, maybe you should come up with a bill that employ people. Maybe you should do that. Let's try that. Let's try just coming up with a bill that employs someone, and let's see how it works. Let's see if we can get Randy off the street. Not you, Randy. You gotta cook a brother some turkey. You the only streets I want you on, Randy, is driving your car to Publix or wherever it is in California that is a local convenience store and get my turkey. I don't want no excuses for my turkey. Get the brother turkey. That's a joke. That's a joke. I do want my turkey though. But that's a joke. But we got to employ people. At some point, guys, we got to employ people. We got to stop pointing fingers at the other party, and we got to start thinking about good, sensible jobs that everyone can get behind, and start employing people. And I think that clean energy is one of those. I'm gonna have a whole show coming up talking about solar energy and projects that we in this community, I'm talking about the Black and brown community, take advantage of that. Now imagine, suppose you're there and there's something new that you know that everybody needed, that you know eventually is going to be super hot. The barrier for entry is lower than it would be once it start rolling. That's with any new project. And you can get employed. And then employment can lead to a career. It could also lead to you building generational wealth if you parlay that employment with investments. And now you can break that cycle for the rest of your family, of poverty for your family for the rest of your life and their life. Wouldn't it be something that's worth a try? Shouldn't you stop and think about doing that? So it's not just it's not just the political system. You have to change Randy. I got to stop calling you Randy. I'm going to call you George. George, you got to change your mindset. You got to be able to take advantage of the situation, brother. You got to get off that corner. Got to get off the corner, brother. Ain't nothing happening on the corner. Ain't nothing happening begging. You got to take advantage of these jobs. Shout out to our ex-incarcerated people. You know, we have a program here at my property management company where we're helping those guys. Shout out to Peanut Property Management. We're helping those guys. We just, in fact, just yesterday, we met with a program manager that has programs, have funds to help ex-incarcerated people be part of the American dream. And my company, Peanut Services Global, Peanut Property Management, is helping that. I'm happy. I'm proud for that. I'm happy with that. Where's the? I'm looking for the applause. There we go. There we go. I'm looking for that button because that gives them a shot. That gives them the shot at the American dream. And that's an ultimate win-win-win. I was talking to one of the pastors there. Shout out Pastor Dawson. So I'm talking to him today, and he's wanted to be part of some initiatives, the program, and do some stuff to help people out. That's what we need. We need that at the grassroots. We need to employ people. We need to give people a good chance. And we need legislators that support that. And guess what? Committee meetings going off after Hunter Biden is not going to do that. It's not. It's not going to help the ex-incarcerated. It's not going to help my tax base. It's not going to help George get off the corner. And it sure ain't going to help Randy get my turkey. So guys, look, that's what I want you guys to think about. I want you to think about when you hear these political speeches and when you hear coming up, you know, they just won the House. The Senate is going to probably, you know, they have a runoff in Georgia. I'm going to cover that. And they, you know, it doesn't matter who wins that because the balance of the control of the Senate is set. You know, the Democrats are at 50 right now, and Kamala Harris, the vice president, she sets the tiebreaker. So that part is set. Control of the House is set. Kevin McCarthy is going to have to talk to the Republican. The House is going to have to talk to the Senate to get anything done. Why don't we do this? Why don't we find one bill? Let's try it out. We're not asking for something big. We're not asking for a all-encompassing one jobs bill, or support the bill that's already passed. One solid bill that will get people working. Let's not worry about the blame. Let's not worry about the credit. Let's worry about doing the job. Get people working. Get people off the streets. Get George chance to get that honey. Get y'all let him pay that baby mama and let him take his girl out to dinner. How about that? Excuse me. How about that? How about let's starting there? How about some cooperation, civility in Congress? Let's start there. Let's see what happens. Stay grinding, everyone. Sorry about that, guys. I realize now that I was on mute. As I said, it's pretty disappointing to all parties. Well, not the Republicans. I'm sorry, not the Democrats. That the Republicans are going through this struggle. But it has been kind of disappointing to the Republicans that after 2 days of voting, 6 rounds, that we're breaking out the popcorn, and I have it. You know, Dems are up there. They're bringing in. There was a joke that one of the representatives made, Republican representatives made, that the Dems have their popcorn, and I got my popcorn bucket. They're coming back in roughly a little less than 30 minutes to resume the vote. So we definitely have more entertainment. More entertainment coming up. Now, somebody's going to win eventually. It's been 100 years that we've been in this position, but somebody got to win. Somebody has got to win, because we cannot govern unless somebody wins. We know that Representative Daniels, he has, he came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere and he was voting for it. And it's a really nice gesture. It's really great that his Republican colleagues put his vote forward, his name forward for the vote. And he has been getting 20 votes consistently. He's been getting 20 votes consistently in the last, well, actually all day, all rounds today. So Byron Donalds, the congressman, is, I don't know, this may be his coming out party on the national stage. I shouldn't say coming out, because that has other. This is his introduction to the national stage. His introduction, at least to me and some others. So he actually is he the big winner? Is he the big winner of this Republican? I don't know. One of my comments yesterday, someone came up and said this was a hot mess. But is he the winner of this hot mess? He just might be. He just might be the winner of this hot mess. In fact, I want to go over and let's look at his record. Let me put this down. I was gonna take some time to kind of do a reactions to day 1 and day 2 votes, and the fact that no one got on the Republican side got voted in, got elected. But I'm gonna pull up Daniels. Let me get his record up. Let's go over together. Let's see if we can find out more about this brother. Now, today we did cover McCarthy. I'm sorry, both McCarthy and Jeffries. So we covered him, and I'm hopefully you guys were able to get a little bit more information on him, about him. But this Byron Donalds, now he's new to me. And so I definitely want to know more about him. Let's go ahead and add him to the stream. Now, we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We're going to actually go through and look at his front-facing page. This is the page that everyone wants he wants everyone to see. And then after that, we will see if we can do a little digging in on the brother. All right, so his front page, this is his congressional page, and it says, Meet Byron. Byron has spent his entire adult life serving others, whether it be volunteering, business, or leadership. He is committed to representing Florida, 19th Congress. So he's from Florida. What, the 19th congressional district? Conservative values in Washington, D.C. to ensure a strong Florida and a stronger nation. So he's from Florida. Okay, well. Okay, all right. So I'm kind of liking the brother already. You know, I'm in Tampa. So hey, listen, I'm a little biased to have one, a brother, and two from Florida. So that's awesome. Let's go to about. Look at his biography. All right, so Byron Donalds grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and he is also the proud son of a hardworking and loving single mom. So single mom. His mother dedicated her time instilling in him the greatness requires sacrifice, which drives him as a devoted family man and United States congressman. So he had a single mom. I tell you, single moms, man, they by nature is hardworking and have to do the job of two people. We can talk about why that is, but I think we all agree that that's a job. And congratulations to his mom, her mom, the mom that brought him up. So congratulations. All right, so Byron is a graduate of Florida State, received a Bachelor's of Arts degree in finance and marketing. Byron's career led him to Southwest Florida, where he worked in the banking, finance, and insurance industries. Elected to Florida House of Representatives in 2016. So that's relatively quick. What? Byron represented Hendry County and East Collier County in the state capital. During the tenure in the Florida House, Byron served as a pre-K 12 quality subcommittee. Okay. So he's an education subcommittee chair, and during the 2018-2019 legislative season, and served in the insurance and banking subcommittee chairman in 2019 and 2020. So he was the insurance and banking subcommittee chair. And guys, you may not know that, but that is one of the pretty high power subcommittees in Tallahassee. So he served there. While serving in Florida House, primary focus on elder affairs, criminal justice reform, and ensuring that each child has served. Okay, so he actually did his work through that. So let's do this. Let me see if I can expand this so you guys can see this a little bit larger. Okay. Let's see if we can continue on here. Let me expand this for you guys so you can read along with me. All right. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what we got here. Byron's committing to serving the community that gave him so much. He has served Southwest Florida in many ways, including serving the Board of Trustees of Florida Southwest State College. Let's see. Let's get to his Congress Byron Daniels served in Naples, Florida with his wife, Erica, and their 3 sons. Okay, so he has 3 sons. He spent his entire adult life serving others. Let's see what else. Volunteering, businessman, leadership. He's committed to representing Florida 19th Congressional District, conservative value in Washington, D.C., to ensure a stronger Florida and a stronger nation. Okay. Okay. So he has a Bachelor's of Arts in Finance degree. Okay. All right. He served on a bunch of very high-powered legislative committees in Florida. So that's good. All right. Let's see what else. Issues. Love to go through the issues. As a member of Congress, so this is the Second Amendment. Okay, so his stance on the Second Amendment. As a member of Congress, I swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Let's see. They have to do this when they swore. Okay. Let's go to sponsored legislation. Look like there are only 4. Oh, no, there's more. Okay, so there's a lot of bills that he sponsored are co-sponsors. Let's see, he sponsored the Short Line Railroad Relief Act. They had 6 co-sponsors on there. ESG Rules Prevention Act. That was in 21-22 session. Again, this is the 21. So he did a lot. Let me go here and. So all of these were in the 21-22 legislative session. So let's continue on. He did the Proxy Advice Disclosure Act. Let's see. Budget Quid Pro Quo Act. He was amendment to the rule of the House of Representatives to prohibit in any bill joint resolution or conference reports appropriating funds for. Okay, so this is the Pork Bill Act. Okay, NRC Survey Act. Trying to pick out some larger ones, guys. Oh, this one, Nuclear Assistance to America's Small Business Act. So this is a energy bill. Okay, so here's one, Veterans Business Administration Acceleration Act. So that he sponsored that also. Let's see, this one had, let's see, it was introduced in 28/5/2022. 2 co-sponsors. And it was the Veterans Affairs Bill. Okay, let's look at some of his older stuff. So he was quite prolific in 2022. His name was on quite a lot. Quite a lot. So as I said to you guys before, when you're not in power, you can do a lot of bills, kind of put it out there, and knowing that it's not going to go anywhere. So it looks like he put his name on quite a lot. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they've been grooming him to have this much more visible position, because he's really been putting his name on quite a lot last year. Let's go through them again. Let's continue on. We're still in 2122, the 117th Congress. Let's see. We has the Rescue Act. I want to see if there's any. Okay, so it looks like we only have bills that were in the 117th Congress that he was a part of. So here it has only 34, and we looked at all 34. All right. Let's pull up his LinkedIn. See if we can find him. No, that's not him. Pretty common name here. I'm going to his LinkedIn and seeing if I can find anything in LinkedIn. See if there's any. I don't see. So I don't see his LinkedIn profile. You would think that being a Florida public official that it would be there. I'm still looking for his LinkedIn profile. So I'm still looking for his LinkedIn profile and I don't see it. So I'm going to go back to his front-facing page and see if I can find some additional meat on that bone. I know that he don't have a whole lot of stuff that's going on. He only posted things that he was involved in the 117th Congress. So let's see if we can find out more about him. Because he is definitely the darling of this. All right, so I found something here. And really, he doesn't have a whole lot of experience. Let me add you guys to this, and so you can see. what I am talking about. So let's remove here. I'm going to add this to it. Here we go. I want to make sure that you guys can see this. Here we go. Okay. So can you guys see that? Can you see it? Put a 1 in the chat or 2 in the chat if you cannot see it. So as you can see, let me go to the top here. This is the Florida 19th Congressional District. It covers, there's the map there. Let me put the map up there so you can see that area here. And list of members representing the district. We have some Democrats here. We have a Democrat here. We have a Republican. And here we go here here's our man. Here's our man right here. Good looking guy. Republican in this category, we're looking at years service. You can see that in January the 3rd, 2021 to present. So he got elected in 2021, guys, and the 117th Congress was his first Congress. So all of the bills that we saw in his front-facing page was the totality of the bills that he sponsored or co-sponsored or was part of, which were 34, which is a lot of bills in 1 year. Quite a lot of bills in 1 year. But like I said, if you know your bill is not going to go anywhere and you don't have to legislate it. Yes, RT. Let's see. RT says Florida is red heavy. That, Florida actually used to be kind of like a swing state. When I've been in Florida for 20 something years, 24 years or so, and 22 years after graduating from USF. And so Florida actually, especially in Tampa, Florida area, the Panhandle area was a kind of a reliable Democratic area. And then coming kind of the outskirts of Florida was more of a Republican. And then over the years, it started moving more and more and more Republican. Now, the brother Barack, he narrowly won Florida for both his terms, but it's starting to be more and more a reliable Republican state. So yeah. All right, so let's go back to him. And he won this election in January in 2021, and it says elected in 2020 and was reelected in 2022. Okay, so 2020 reelected in 2022. So this is his second term. It says that, I'm not sure if you guys can see that, in the 2020 United States House of Representative elections was held November 3rd, 2020. And it talks about the election here. And then again, he won his reelection. So actually, a lot of people rode on the coattails of DeSantis. DeSantis won by a large margin, and that was the tide that a lot of people rode. Now he probably would have won anyway. I'm not saying that that's solely, but yeah. He says right here that the United States representative of election in Florida, we have a Democratic. Well, it has here. I'm going to go down to when let's go down here. Okay. it's showing here that what I was saying, how it's Florida is becoming more and more Republican. You can see here, and I'm going to go from the last in 2022 backwards, but Republican won. Let's look at the votes. In 2022, 68% of the vote. In 2020, Republican won in 61% of the votes. I'm not going to, I'm just kind of showing the wave here, so we're not going to worry about necessarily the name, just that the Republican is winning 60+% of the vote. This guy, he won 62% of the vote, 65% of the vote in 2016. 2014, Republican won 64% of the vote. In 2014, 66% of the vote, this particular person. Republican here, 62% of the vote. Republican here this is 2010, and the Democrat won in 62% of the vote. And then in 2010, the other Democrat, Democrat won 62% of the vote. So you can see, since from moving from 2010, then it shifted to Republican 2012, and it's been basically Republican ever since. So this is probably what someone would consider a reliable Republican district. Okay, RT said, I can see. I was in another screen, RT, so I kind of missed you. But here's, I'll put you up there. I can see. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So he won, call it a safe district, but you still got to win. You still got to win, and congratulations. And he got busy when he went to the Capitol. He got his name on a lot of bills for a first year House of Representative member, and now his name is being thrown out there as a potential leader. Now, with 1 year, one Congress, no one would really take him seriously. But maybe he can parlay this into, get a little bit more seasoning under him. Who knows? In a couple of years, if he's reelected, and he is in a safe district, let's face it, he's in a safe district. If he is reelected, let's say to the next Congress and the next one now, historically, the House flips back and forth. So it's Republican led this time. Next round, it may flip back to the Democrats, and then it may flip back. So control of the House is it's not it is not a stable job. So maybe if it flips, let's say hypothetical. I'm going to go back in time. Let's say that he did well. Well, he did do well. And then he won re-election. Breaking out my crystal ball. Now the Democrats take the House back 2 years later. Now it's 4 years out, and it's time for the Republicans, the House, to flip again, and the Republicans take over. Let's look at this. The brother would have been in Congress. Let's say he won his election again. He's already been in 2 years, so you're looking at 2 more years. That's 4. 2 more years. That's 6 years, and then he won another term. So now he's seasoned. He's seasoned. He's on the map. He's a known name. People are looking at it. He's already getting votes from the presumptive. Can we say presumptive? No, I wouldn't say that. From McCarthy. He's getting votes from there. He may be the Republican leader 6 years from now. He may be taken seriously 6 years from now. Let's see, RT. RT says that GOP are independent, okay, long as open to discussion. You got to work with. I agree with you 100%. Agree with you 100%. You got to work with the other side. Let's see. You got some more going on. Are willing to serve constituents to serve the people. Correct. And many GOP just want to see things burn. The scorched earth approach, huh? The scorched earth approach. Yeah, you know, a lot of GOP, I shouldn't say GOP, both sides. Both sides, it's like, you know, if I can't have it, I don't care what the ramifications are for the country. You know, if I can't have it, then nobody can have it. So that is unfortunate, RT. That is unfortunate, but a lot of people have that mentality. So that is a little bit of information about the brother. And I think that he really has positioned himself to be a force in the next few years. It's unlikely that that he's going to win this one. I don't see any path forward. I do see a path forward toward leadership. That's what I do see. And so I think that he that he's positioned himself well. Let's see what you got here. It says that, yeah, not all, but those vocal few that wants to see the place burn. Okay, so this is a tie on. Yeah, there are some of the on both sides. There are some of the people that, hey, listen, you know, you have the gang of six in the on the Democrat side. You can arguably say LC is the leader of that. And then you have on the Republican side, you have that ultra conservative group. I'm not sure what they calling themselves now, but you have that group. So you definitely have people on both sides that are really dug in. They're really dug in. So I think that we are ready for them to re-adjourn. Let's join. Let's see if they're ready to start again. RT, do you have your popcorn ready? You have your popcorn ready. That's what I want to know. Because we may be here for a while. We may be here for a while. I want to make sure that if we are, oh, yeah, he's dug in. He is dug in. So I have my popcorn. Shout out to Orville Redenbacher. I have the, this is some good popcorn. And I'm not being sponsored by them. Call me. I would definitely represent your company. Shout out. But I like it because it pops, 100%. And the popcorn is good. The popcorn is good. I'm gonna have to check to see how bad it is for you. I don't want to see that tonight. I have my popcorn here. I have my bowl here. And I'm gonna be ready. Okay, so let me get you. RT said, yep, I got my popcorn and I got my popcorn and soda pop too. What type of soda pop do you have? Let's go ahead and add them. But I want to know what type of soda pop you got. Here we go.
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
And we're back. Fanta orange. What's going on? What's going on? They're gonna break out in a fight? They want to get a vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California?
Madam Clerk, I ask for the yeas and nays.
You have to call the voice vote. The ayes have it, the yeas and nays are ordered. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it, the yeas and nays are ordered.
The yeas and nays are requested.
The yeas and nays are requested.
Continue to read.
A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
What votes are they talking about? Let's go back a little bit. Let's see what he missed, guys.
Day, we offer our prayer. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Representatives elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek
Move that we
recognition?
adjourn until noon tomorrow.
The question now occurs on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Well, they're going to bring him back just to adjourn? Oh, they got to vote. They got to vote on that. I haven't popped my popcorn yet.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California?
Madam Clerk, I ask for the yeas and nays.
You have to call the voice vote. The ayes have it, the yeas and nays are ordered. The ayes have
Ayes have it, the yeas and nays are ordered.
Okay, so they're voting to adjourn.
The yeas and nays are requested.
Let's see if it passes the vote. Now, there are more
A
Republicans
sufficient
than
number having risen, the
than
yeas and
Democrats,
nays
but-
are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
the Donald's crew. Those 20, they may say they want to keep going. So we'll see. There's no guarantee that this is going to pass to be adjourned. None at all. Okay, here we go. Here's the vote. We have one Republican said nay. Two Democrats. They changed their vote. One Democrat said yay to adjourn. Okay, that Democrat changed their vote, so they was confused. So all of the Democrats should want to keep going, most likely. We need what? 5 Republicans? We need 5 Republicans to say nay. 6 Republicans to say nay. RT said can't agree to disagree. So we have 5 more Republicans say nay, an additional 5, and the Democrats maintained rank. We're voting. We keeping on tonight. I'm really thinking Byron's crew is going to say nay, those 20 votes. But they dragging this out. Come on now. $39. Need 5. Could you imagine the arm twisting that's going on? How they're saying, "Come on, man, come on now, let's go to, we've been embarrassed enough today. Let's go home." And hardliners are saying, "Nope, I haven't had enough. I have not had enough." Oh, RT, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. Come on now. 24 people. All right, we got 2 nays out of the last 14. 3 nays. We need 6. 3 more. 3 more, and I'm popping popcorn. 3. 3 more nays, guys, and I'm popping the popcorn. I'm popping the popcorn. 3 more.
All members. Any member-elect wish to change his vote?
It's a tie. Oh. Two more. 2 more.
On this vote, the yeas are 213.
They're trying to close the vote early. They're trying to close the vote early. They still got a bunch of people who didn't vote. There was a couple of Democrats that did not vote yet. They may still be in the bathroom. Put the tally back up. There we go. We still got 8 outstanding votes. There we go. We got some of the people off the fence. These other 2, 2 more nays, and then the Democrats need to vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 200. On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 214. Accordingly, the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
All right, guys. Well, they squeaked it by. The motion to adjourn was adopted. I gotta admit, I'm a little disappointed. I didn't get a chance to look. I didn't get a chance to break my popcorn out. I didn't get a chance to. My man RT had the soda going. What type of soda you said you had? Fanta orange. Got the Fanta orange going. I guess you're gonna have to wait till tomorrow. You're gonna have to wait till tomorrow. That's right, no popcorn. So RT and the rest of the guys is in the chat. We will re-adjourn tomorrow. As always, Salute and stay grinding.